comes your ghost again. But that's not unusual. It's just that the moon is full and you happen to go. And here I sit, my hand on the telephone, hearing a voice I know a couple of light years ago, heading straight for a fall. As I remember, your eyes were bluer than robin's eggs, and my poetry was loud.
I'm really overwhelmed right now. How are you? Good. I had a monster bell.
10 years ago,
All yours.
Yeah, like this.
I'm not the biggest fan. Okay, so
Oh.
you're overwhelmed.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah, if you're down.
I woke up on
Oh. What? How?
There you stayed, temporarily lost at sea. The Madonna was yours for free. It's the girl on the half shell would keep you unharmed. Now I see you standing with leaves falling around and snow in your hair. Now you're smiling out the window of that hotel over Washington Square. Her breath comes out white clouds and mingles and hangs in the air. Speaking strictly for me, we both could have died then and there. Now you're telling me you're not nostalgic. Well, then give me another word for it. You were always so good with words and at keeping things vague. 'Cause I need some of that vagueness now. It's all coming back too clearly. Oh, I loved you dearly. If you're offering me diamonds and rust, I've already paid.
Greetings, adventurers. Patty. I apologize for being late. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed, to be honest with you. Yeah. It's been a yeah. So I didn't know what I wanted to stream today is the problem. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I thought, because it's so close to my birthday, that I might be doing something with the Gorks. That was not the case. So I had to wake up early and kind of rapidly plan what today's subject would be. And I think we've conquered that. I started a presentation. I haven't been able to finish it. I might be cheeky and during our first pisser or something, I'll finish it so that nobody notices. I don't know. We'll see. But, you know, somebody mentioned, it might have even just been Argus. I'm not really sure. I usually give him the credit for everything because he does it, like, basically everything. Somebody said, because I was talking about doing, no, it was the twins. I was in the twins chat and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a review of a mech TTRPG Monday, because at that time I had found out that Gorks Night wasn't really happening, so I kind of like thought, oh, I'll do Lancer. We'll do some cool mech stuff. And one of the twins was like, "Oh, just do D&D. You just do regular D&D too." And I was like, "No, wait. You know what? I could." Because funny enough, even though my persona as a VTuber is my D&D character, a lot of people in our community either have zero experience with Dungeons and Dragons or like very little and are intimidated by it. And some of you are experts, and I'm not talking to you, all right? But I thought you know what? I am the best person to explain it in a simplified way. I am not very good at learning in the traditional way. And I find one of my greatest strengths is simplifying what most people would consider to be complex procedures. So those of you who feel a little intimidated about Dungeons and Dragons or TTRPGs, which is tabletop role-playing games in general, fear not. I'm here to educate you. And it's gonna be fun, and it's gonna be funny. I have decided to bring on a special guest today. I kind of told him last minute. So, sorry, Sparrow. But Sparrow and I, our friendship started basically role-playing. So it feels only fair that he would be my co-host today. Also, because I'm feeling overwhelmed, because I feel like everything is going on all at once, he would be a good person to kind of even me out a little bit, because I'm feeling a little what's a good word for it, neurotic today. Yeah, I don't know, hormones are off, brother. But yeah, just all I have to say is today is a great stream for you if you're feeling interested in exploring a fantasy setting or interested in role-playing games, but you kind of always feel like an outsider because you've never been knowledgeable enough. Hi, Nana! Every day with Esme is a good stream day. Thank you very much, my friend. Make sure you take plenty of breaks and get plenty of water, Stinker. Yeah, I'll try. That's why I have Sparrow here to pick me up and throw me into the room by myself and be like, take a break. So I'll be all right. Yeah, don't be intimidated, Jeff. This is I'm gonna break it down for you. It's gonna be all right, babe. It's really gonna be fine. I'm hoping that by the end of this, each of you is empowered to kind of explore your imaginations more than you ever have before, and that there's more intrigue for you to try other role-playing games, not just Dungeons and Dragons, but role-playing games in general, to kind of allow yourself to be creative and experimental in a hobby that I very much enjoy. Okay, so let's grab our Sparrow. What you think? Should I give him a call, chat? What you thinking, babes? Should we give him a cheeky little ring? This is too sweet. It can be hard to get into a hobby that has decades and decades of information. Yeah, no. I'm not even gonna get into it right now, because you're right. It is a very it is a long traditional hobby. Surprisingly, a hobby like this one kind of stretches all the way back. Since humans have been telling stories, they've basically been playing Dungeons and Dragons. So, but I know that kind of like, as an outsider, it kind of looks like a lot of numbers, a lot of dice rolling, a lot of like complications and things, but it really is going to be all right. Let me give him a cheeky call real quick and just see if he's ready. Also, I don't know what's going on with my mic, but it keeps plugging and unplugging. So if I'm ever like muting and you guys hear me, please tell me. All right, thanks. Let's give him a call. Hello?
Oh, wow.
Hi! Oh my god, it's Sparrow! Can you guys hear him all right? What have you done?
It sounds like I'm listening to the stream and it sounds like I'm cutting off in stream.
Are you? Bring your mic a little closer,
I
perchance.
did bring it closer. I maybe need to turn.
Here, I turned your volume up. Try now.
I turned the sensitivity
Whoa.
of the microphone up. That might help.
Try now. Try now.
Yeah. Hello. It is me, Sparrow.
A little bit too loud. I'm gonna turn you down just a bit. Keep going.
What to say?
Perfect. No, you're good. All right, that's all I needed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right, hi. So for those of you who haven't met Sparrow, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello. I'm Sparrow.
All right, thanks. No, I'm just kidding. Wow. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. Introduce yourself.
I am a human male.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. No,
That's everything
I've
you need
been
to know,
playing. Yeah, that's everything. That's my entire personality. God, where do I start? Yeah, I mean, topic at hand today, we're talking about RPGs and stuff. I've been playing RPGs for a very long time.
I've been witness to this.
You have, yes. We have played a lot of RPGs together. We started playing like forum post by post RPGs.
Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
What was your username again?
Okay.
What was it? I'm trying to.
There's
it
VODs of that shit. We don't do reruns here.
I think it was like Archangel something. Archangel DM or something. Anyway, it's good to meet you, dude. How are you today? How's it going?
I'm good. I'm a little bit like yourself. A little bit groggy today, but not that you're groggy.
Wow, what are you trying to say? You putting words in my mouth? I'm just kidding. You right though.
Yeah, woke up with a headache today. That's gone away, thankfully. The headache is gone. But it's, you know, like post headache, you get kind of just like a numbness.
Yeah.
So I'm doing okay. Yeah, I played a ton of RPGs. To go back to that point, D&D, Vampire the Masquerade, Lancer, the Rogue Trader. God, it's like I'm trying to think. There's so many. All the different World of Darkness. Also, one of my favorite little obscure RPGs that I played that I always like to bring up, as you know. What was it called? The shark one. Fuck. It's set in the World of Darkness, the same universe as Vampire the Masquerade.
Ratonga or something. Rokia.
Rokia, yes. So yeah, like anyone familiar with the World of Darkness setting, that Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf. Oh, what's it? Is it Werewolf the Apocalypse? Yeah. Is that the subtitle of Werewolf?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're familiar with a lot of different.
Yeah,
cool.
With a lot of different things.
Work. Chat wants you to tell a joke really quick.
You want me to tell a joke? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you call a dog that? No.
I got him. No.
No. I'll tell you. Since I'm called Dad a lot here in this community, I will tell a dad joke. Okay. Two fish are in a tank, and one says to the other, "How do you drive this thing?"
That's a good one.
That's it. That's the joke. Yeah.
Well done. Okay, before we continue on, we do have a few announcements to get through. I want to say thank you to everybody for how far we've come with the Envirothon so far. We have officially, as of yesterday, gotten 100 bags of trash picked up. in our neighborhoods worldwide. So congratulations to all of you. Your mother magpie is so proud. Let's do one more. You know what? No, you guys deserve a round of applause. So that's what I'm gonna give you. Why isn't it working? There we go. Yeah. You've earned it, chat. You've really earned it for real. This is not good music for... There we go. So I just want to say to everybody, oh, you're too kind. You are too kind for real. Thank you. Yeah. Goodness. 100 bags of trash is fucking huge for real. I can't believe how many of you just like put in all the hard work. I picked up like 4 bags, 6 if you count the ones I got and then forgot I didn't bring my phone with me. So, really awesome job. I really fucking appreciate it. I know Kato appreciates it. If you didn't see my announcement in Discord, I will be playing Green Hell with Kato tomorrow, which is a realistic survival game. Why is the music so distracting today? Come along. Perfect. Celiana. Love that. All right. Yeah, it's we're going to be playing Green Hell, which is a realistic nature survival game. We'll be doing that tomorrow. And then next week, we're going to be doing more of the what am I looking for? The rewards. So we're gonna do the hand cam, the karaoke stream is happening. We'll do the nature documentary probably the week after because it's gonna take a lot of preparation. Everything that you guys want, you'll get. And also Wednesday of this week marks the end of the Envirothon. And I will be giving away the Nature's Little Helper badge to whoever picked up the most bags. Currently in the lead is Toilet with how many bags does he have? 21, something like that. Let me check. How many was it? Argus, you wrote it down somewhere. 31 bags, and Jiffy in second place at 25. So thank you, boys, for doing a hell of a job cleaning up your neighborhoods and going crazy. I'm pretty sure, as expected, Dealey has third place. So I might make a badge for each of y'all. Yeah. Something that's kind of been spinning around in my head a lot since starting the Envirothon is when I talked to Argus about building my brand and building a community the way that I really wanted to. One of my original influences were a group of adventurers from, funny enough, Dungeons and Dragons called the Harpers. And they're a group of druids, bards, fighters, rangers, good guys, who act as kind of like listeners and helpers. And why is my Sammy continuously getting disconnected from Twitch chat? This is concerning. Anyway, point is, I feel like that's something that we've made in real life, and that is so empowering and so heartwarming to me that we were able to create something that I could never have imagined in my wildest fantasies I would be a part of, much less be an influencer within, like be a guild leader for the Harpers. I just couldn't, in my wildest dreams, I could never imagine myself being a Harper, you know? You have worked hard, Keto too. Yes, Keto especially. Keto is the influence for all of this. She's the influence of much of my behaviors and interests, but yeah, Keto, you know, I mentioned this as well, but this was an opportunity to show Keto how exciting and important events can be. She had low hopes for this, but like kind of proving her wrong in a way has given her so much joy. And I am so privileged to be a part of that. And I'm so privileged that to be a part of your joys as well. We've heard so many great stories about people having mini adventures while they're out picking up trash. And I just think that that is so wild and so endearing and so fucking cool. And I hope it becomes a good habit for everybody. I know it's become a good one for me. Friends bring out the best in each other. You are so inspiring. Build it and they will come. 100%. 100%. Yeah. You know, I told Kato at the beginning too, I was like, you know, it does not matter if nobody else picks up any trash because I'm gonna get 100. And I didn't need to. And I'm so grateful again. So thank you all so much. Thank you for being the best community out there, the best friends out there. And thank you for being good guys. Good work, everybody. Let's do another quick clap-a-rooney. Are you gonna? Okay. Very nice. Very, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, so that's the story with the Envirothon. You guys still have till Wednesday to participate. Just because we've reached the goal does not mean that we have to stop there. If you guys want to keep going, feel free to do that. It will be ending on Wednesday. So, is there another? Yes, there is another announcement. There is another announcement. I got an early birthday gift from the Raptor twins, specifically Jazz. Well, actually, I think both of them were involved in this. If you go to your redeems today, you'll notice that we have a couple of new options. And it should say Ask AI Dagoth it's Thaddeus, actually. It's not Dagoth but, you know, you can do one of these. And I think it should do the thing. I'm still working on it, so if this isn't fully functional, I apologize. Wyatt, no. Oh no. Hold on a minute. Why? I'm having a really rough day today, Chad. I'm very stressed. Hold on, let me see. Is there something I need to do? One second. Oh, no, I'm logged in.
Esme Silverthorne asked me, what's up?
Okay.
The great human inquiry of what's up. As if I, Thaddeus, had to explain my grand existence to mere mortals. But fine, I'm reveling in the joy of mocking feeble humans, enjoying the superiority of dark elves, and perhaps planning a union-mandated pisser.
What?
How about you struggling with basic tasks, or maybe losing to kobolds in DD again?
Holy fuck! Thaddeus! He's ruthless. He is ruthless. So just beware.
Argus Stoneward asked me, how do you feel about the success of the Envirothon? Winchiktia, Shukra, Akunselt. The Envirothon. A quaint little human
Sometimes he
endeavor,
goes
isn't
off
it?
in Draconic,
A
sorry.
gathering where humans attempt to show they care about the environment, stumbling through their petty competitions. In the grand scheme of things, it's amusing watching humans try to clean up the mess they constantly make. But hey, at least it's a start. Perhaps one day you'll evolve to the grace of a dark elf, but I won't hold my breath.
Goodness. Yeah, he's really impartial to dark elves. I don't know why. But yeah, you can talk to him at any time. It looks like he is just a little bit delayed. Sorry about that. Try not to overwhelm our poor magpie later. Yeah, I love that he knows that shit too. Somebody ask him the joke. Jiffy, ask him to tell you a joke about a magical dog to see if he gets it. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! I'll do it. Frog it! I'll do it. Okay, I'm going now. Bye! Oh, here we go. Is he gonna do it? I just closed chat. Why did I do that? I'm so out of it today. Ah!
Deely2220 asked me, can you tell me a joke about a dog? Why, of course, what do you call a dog that knows magic? A labracadabrador. The sheer foolishness of human humor never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah. So, there you go. Yeah, he's been, you know, as we all know, he's been kind of on my shoulder absorbing knowledge. Actually, you know what? Since I don't have the pet figured out fully yet, I'm done. I'm gonna share. I'm just gonna put his little avatar up, and I hope that it's okay for now. Like I said, I'm still configuring him, but he's been listening. He's been collecting data. He knows a lot of stuff. He also knows stuff about me that's highly personal. So I really do my best not to try him because I'm not trying to catch any smoke. But y'all can if y'all feel lucky. He's very sassy. He's very sassy. He's not afraid to really give it to you. So just be careful. You know, he is like unto a god. So just be careful. Hold on a second. Let me find, where's the picture? There it is. Oh, it's big. So it's my birthday this week. My birthday is on Saturday. I will not be present on oh, that's where the magpie goes. I'm just gonna put him down here. I will not be present on Friday or Saturday, worse, Sunday. So we're gonna do a guild event on Thursday. At any time this week, if you would like to give me a gift, consider donating to my coffee. I don't have any expectations from anyone. We're not doing anything major. I just want to have fun on Thursday. So we're gonna play some Jackbox, some multiplayer games, and just chit chat and laugh and have a good time. Everyone is invited to come. Like I said, no major events, no donathon, nothing like that. We're just gonna hang out and have a good time. I love you all very much, and I'm really excited to hang out this week. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, all right. I think now's a good time to get into the meat and potatoes, right, Sparrow? What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't know why this song
Better
is on
time
here.
to tuck in.
Here we go. All right. Thank you for the head pat, son. Son, thank you. Oh, son. Oh, my son, thank you. Yeah, sorry my silly meter is kind of off today. I genuinely am feeling a little overwhelmed. There's been a lot going on. Today. But we're gonna get into it. I'm really excited. I'm really excited to introduce you guys to D&D. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Yes. Oh, Piranha got me Monster Hunter Stories, which I will be playing on stream. It's a lore story. It's about it's a story about a Monster Hunter. So I'm into it. I'm gonna play it. It's gonna be great. Have a good lurk, Pun. But anyway, let's talk about Dungeons and Dragons, shall we? Let me get into position. Where? Okay. There we go.
Yeah, I feel you there. I'm living a bunch myself.
Should I have another energy drink, or will that make things worse, chap? What do you think?
I would hold off a little bit.
Well, what's gonna make me feel better? What's gonna do the trick?
I feel like if you have another energy drink, what's gonna happen is you're gonna get really energetic for like 40 minutes, maybe an hour, and then you're gonna crash out hard.
I've never crashed in my life.
Um,
I don't think that's real, actually. If I'm being honest and like considerate of you.
I mean, have you told the story on stream about the crash
What? What crash?
on a motorbike?
No. Okay, that's a different kind of. I'm not gonna go on a motorbike and crash. What the fuck are you talking about? I get on the motorbike. I'm like, oh man, this energy drink really hit me. I gotta get on a motorbike now. And you're like, no, don't. And I'm like, it's gonna be fine. And then I crash. That's what happens if you drink too much energy drinks all in one go. Oh god, he's so big. Okay, I'm just gonna put Thaddeus up. Thank you guys for being so patient. I just feel like I need to be energetic for this topic because I am genuinely, I've been looking forward to talking about this all day. And now's the time.
If you are getting another energy drink, I'm gonna have a second coffee.
Okay, yeah, do it.
So
could you grab me?
Yeah.
Well, I set all this up.
You set that up.
Yeah, I'm gonna set this up.
All right. Back in a bit, chat.
Back in a jiff.
I was gonna say back in a jiffy, and like caught myself.
Got him.
Like suddenly the phrase is weird when there's someone in chat called Jiffy. You know?
Yeah.
Is that on purpose, Jiffy? Or is it?
Yeah, Jiffy.
Unrelated.
As I was walking alone.
All right, I'm gonna go get coffee.
Yeah, go get coffee, please. Okay, work. So let's talk about it, chat. Just make sure this. I'm really sorry for the way that things look. I really did my best with the time that I had. I've been working on this for 5 hours straight, and then I had to make dinner and then immediately stream. So I really hope this is okay. I know it's not professional, but I really did my best. Let's listen to this instead. Actually, you know what? We're gonna listen to some music that's gonna really give us like perky feelings. Let's listen to this. This is called When Life Plays You a Sour Tune, Make Lemonade and Dance to Your Own Rhythm, which I feel like is really fitting. Thank you. You guys ready for that crack? You think about that, huh? Do you hear that successful? That's how you know I'm stressed. I didn't even worry about it. I gave you guys a free slurper. Oh gosh. I hope this looks okay. I really hope this looks okay for real. Oh, this does not look okay. Okay, 1 second. I have to fix something on this really quick. Okay, here we go. Cool. I hope that this will work. I have to go through this and make sure. I worked really hard, chat. I really hope that this is okay. How do I watch it? How do I watch my slideshow? Oh, I did it. I'm just gonna go through really quick. Just make sure it's all good. Okay, that did not function the way I wished. However, comma. Okay, so I want this one next. I'm sorry, one second, okay? And then we'll get started. But yeah, this music just makes me feel happy. It just makes me feel good. What counts as a reusable bag? Okay. So we would prefer if you use something that can be washed and kept at home. So reusable bags are like hemp or cloth, or like those big plastic like heater bags that people put their groceries in when they're like delivering them, stuff like that. But a lot of people don't have that. And as long as you're being responsible with the type of bag you're using, recycling it, or, you know, not throwing it back in nature, that is absolutely acceptable. It's absolutely acceptable. You know, I mean, that's all we ask. Okay, I think we're ready to go, chat. I think we're ready to go. Sparrow, are you there yet? Oh, I think he's making coffee. That's fine. He just said no. So I'm just gonna get started. But he already knows all this shit, so don't worry. Okay. I'm gonna. This is not the window that I. Please. I'm begging you. There we go. All right, welcome everyone. What is Dungeons and Dragons and how do you begin? Right, so bye Piranha, have a good time. Right, so as I mentioned before, this hobby has decades and decades of history and lore attached to it and rules, and it looks complicated. As when you're not a player, this game can really feel like a lot. And I'm sure some of you have that like urge, like, oh, I just want to learn how to play this, but I don't even know where to start. When I pick up a book and start, which book do I read? There's like 100 books. How do I get started? How do I play your game? Right? Well, I have great news. Literally anybody who plays Dungeons and Dragons is happy to teach you. And that includes me. It takes about 20 minutes to understand Dungeons and Dragons on a fundamental level. I can give you a really quick example, but I think the best way that I can go about this is to kind of break it down into subsections. And it gets really fun once you just figure out the basic mechanics of the game. Basic overall mechanics. So what is Dungeons and Dragons? All of my friends play D&D and I find it really intimidating because it seems like a lot. Yeah, it does feel like a lot sometimes, doesn't it, chat? Well, hold on a minute. Let me just resize this so you guys can see my whole screen. Hold on a minute. There. All right. Just like any other hobby, Dungeons and Dragons can be complex, or it can be as simple as you're willing to invest your interest in. You can literally learn in 20 minutes or less as a complete beginner and manage to keep up with anybody at the table, right? It's true. It's absolutely true. Anybody who says Dungeons and Dragons is really complicated and hard, and I've never heard anyone say that in my life, is being a dick and is trying to discourage you from a really fun hobby that everyone should be able to enjoy. I haven't met a single D&D player who is a gatekeeper and wouldn't be interested in just teaching you, right? So, it's really simple. What do I mean by that? Let's talk about the breakdown of what we're going to go over today. We're going to talk about what is Dungeons and Dragons. So opening the book. Once upon a time, how do I play? Adding character. Who do I play? Setting the table. How do I play well? And role play. The Lore of the Forgotten Realms. And Fiend, which is like the end of the slideshow, obviously. So we're going to go into everything, okay? It's going to be fun. Opening the book. Oh my god, Esme Silverthorn. Thank you to Dealey for this wonderful sprite art. You're gonna see her crop up a couple of times. She's just your little helper. You know, your little Laura helper to help you get through these tough times learning. We're going to talk about the basics of D&D and just opening the book for the first time. We're specifically going to be discussing 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons. Why 5th edition? Because Dungeons and Dragons did something really cool. And it made this specific version of D&D extraordinarily simple. They simplified and streamlined absolutely everything so that anybody who understands your language and is capable of playing a game, like a board game, can take part. Okay? Oh yeah, this is gonna be the only time I use it. You're gonna see her come up again. I promise. Hee. Thank you again, Dealey, very much. I'm very honored that you have made this for me. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that's why we're talking about 5th edition. Now, if you want to get really deep into the hobby, you can start getting into the other editions. 4th edition is a lot more complicated. 3.5 is a lot more complicated. 3rd edition is complicated. 2nd edition is not complicated, but it's hard. And 1st edition is probably the hardest and most complicated of all of them. Well, actually, is 2nd edition complicated? I don't remember. Nobody really plays anything except 5th edition nowadays. And what I mean by nowadays is in the last 20 years. Whenever somebody's talking about Dungeons and Dragons, they're talking about 5th edition. Assume that they're talking about 5th edition. Okay? The reason why is because if they're not talking about 5th edition, they will just say that. 5th edition is so popular and so commonplace in discussions about D&D that people now have to like backtrack or specify if they're not talking about it, right? Alternatively, 3.5 is sometimes played, but they're very similar. Yes, 3.5 is really fun as well. And we can talk a little bit about the drama surrounding 3.5 and Pathfinder later. But yeah, it's a lot more rare because a lot of 3.5ers just end up playing Pathfinder. But anyway, we're gonna get into brass tacks here. Let's start talking about the basics so that we don't get too in the forest for the trees, right? So what is Dungeons and Dragons, or also called D&D or DND? Well, it's playing pretend with a group of your friends using a character you created, basically. Literally, that's it. No, really, that's it. It's a little bit more complex than that, but it's totally what is at the heart of a TTRPG. A TTRPG is just called a tabletop role-playing game, okay? So when we're talking about you want to play Dungeons and Dragons, all that means is somebody is asking if you want to play pretend with them, if you want to be cool, fun fantasy heroes together in a story that you guys write together. The heart of it is writing a good story where everybody creates and controls a character in that story. That's it. That's it. So I want you guys, whenever we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons today, I want you guys to remember to keep this at a baseline at all times. There is no winning in Dungeons and Dragons. It is not a game like checkers or chess where you are trying to outmaneuver the people at the table. You're not trying to outsmart anyone. You're not trying to work against anyone. You're working together to tell a good story. Okay? You guys are friends and companions, usually. There are some games that will have you guys start as enemies or evil people, but those are usually reserved for a lot more experienced dungeon masters and groups. If anybody says, oh, you're a beginner, you should totally join this campaign and it's about all of us as supervillains and we all try to assassinate each other secretly, don't join that fucking game and ignore that guy, block that guy. Because as a beginner, you should not be getting into games invested in this. Your first Dungeons and Dragons campaigns should be about learning the fundamentals, and unfortunately, and I'm sorry to say this, it's about being a good guy. When you look at the Wizards of the Coast rulebook and handbook when it comes to their brand for Dungeons and Dragons, this is something that they tell their writers, that they hire to write modules for them, monsters for them, everything. They say it's about creating troubling encounters but everything is about hope, being a light in the world. So that concept has enveloped the entire series, no matter how far back you go. It's all about giving hope back to the world. Yeah, no, you should be cooperating, not going against anyone else. Yes. Exactly. I accidentally stole my benefactor's casting focus and sold it for 8K. Yeah, well, we're going to get into behavior at the table later, but what Jiffy just said is what we consider bad behavior. You don't do that at a table, because It's just not fun for anybody except the person who's doing that. So let's talk more about it. The point of any D&D game is to tell a good story with your fellow adventurers or companions. A narrator, what we call a dungeon master or a DM, will describe the events or consequences of your actions, and you react in character to those events. Okay? It's about your story, but it's also our story. When you're playing, I don't know why I kept this picture here. Let's just pretend that they're playing Dungeons and Dragons. I'm so embarrassed. I didn't have time. I'm so sorry. Ignore that.
Is that like a default image from I mean, maybe your story is about, you know, learning to cook, you know? Maybe your quest is to obtain rare ingredients for a very fancy meal. And these mushrooms will grow in the deepest, dankest dungeons.
Don't overcomplicate. We're not there yet. Shush.
Okay.
All right. So, once again, the point of any D&D game is to just tell a good story with your friends at the table. It's not just your story, it's our story. So remember, the actions that you take aren't just going to affect you, they're going to affect everyone. Make sure, just like in a cooperative multiplayer game that you would play on the computer or on a game system, that you're being a good friend and a good companion to your fellow adventurers, right? Our story, comrade. Exactly. Okay? I'm so sorry about that. I'm really embarrassed. Okay, next. I heard there were dice involved, so like, what's up with that? How do I play? Great question. So, you're going to hear a lot of terms being used when we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons. We're gonna go bit by bit. I'm gonna quarantine off a part of this just so we can focus on one thing at a time. Okay? Let me see, how can I do that? All right, we're gonna put a chompy there just for now. All right. Beep. I just don't want you guys to get lost in the sauce yet, okay? Can I flip him? I can. Right. All right. Thank you, chompy. Now. And now this is all stuff that I'll show you once I give you a character sheet to look at, but we're just gonna go over the basics right now. We're gonna talk about ability scores. A lot of what you'll notice is that your character sheet just has stuff on it that a person would have on their real life, like medical forms, right? Kind of like a real life character sheet. So like how strong you are, how nimble you are, how healthy you are, how wise you are, how intelligent you are, and how charismatic you are. These are all very, very realistic kind of statistics that people will look at to kind of determine what you roll and how well you roll. Okay? So when you're making a character and once you're personifying that character, you want to consider your ability scores or the things about your character that maybe they're best in. Now remember, because this is a cooperative experience, you don't have to, or more accurately, you shouldn't have great scores in everything. Having weaknesses does make a strong character. Now, you absolutely can be kind of like a jack of all trades and have really good scores in everything if you want. But the point of the stories is, and always has been, to make sure that anything that you're weak on, that you're able to lean on somebody else who's good at it. That's what makes the adventures fun, is that you have a side of you that maybe you aren't very good at expressing, or maybe you're not as practiced in. It's like, you know how a strong man may not be as like intelligent as somebody who is going to Harvard, right? Those are two very different people, but they have different strengths and different weaknesses. And that's what these ability scores is trying to personify. Okay? So, with your strength, we're talking about raw physical force. How well you push and pull and carry. And that's pretty much all it covers. It's like athleticism, right? Dexterity is about your nimbleness and your speed. So it's how fast you are, how quick your reflexes are. Your constitution talks about your resistance and willpower. In 5th edition, it's a very unique ability score. And we'll get into that in a minute, but it's a little different than the others, but it does cover your resistances and your willpower as a person. Your wisdom governs your perceptions, like your senses, and your intuition. When you have a bad feeling about somebody, that's your wisdom kind of meter going off, right? Your intelligence governs your reason and your memory, and your charisma is your force of personality. I've color-coded all of these so that it's easier to follow as we discuss the different skills and attributes that you will encounter as playing your character, okay? All right, next. We're going to talk about your skills.
There is, but before you move on, there is one nice stipulation that I learned.
Yeah.
Between wisdom and intelligence, because it's wisdom and intelligence are both, your brain power, and it's difficult, understandably, to determine, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between being wise and being intelligent? Surely, if you're smart, if you're playing a smart character, wouldn't you have both? Well, what was explained to me is that you think of wisdom like, actually, it's better to start with intelligence. You think of intelligence as like your book smarts, how educated you are, how well read you are, whereas wisdom is more like street smarts, like your world knowledge smarts,
Yeah, I think breaking it down even more, intelligence is, like you said, book learning, and wisdom is about your inner or sensory related things. So like your perceptions, so your perception checks that deal with like hearing and sight and taste and touch. And also things like survival, which is an instinct that all intelligent races possess. It's not something necessarily that you learn, but it kind of is. But it's a very instinctual thing. How to survive. You know that you need to eat. You know that you need shelter, right? So even somebody who isn't very wise will kind of instinctively know that they need shelter when it's raining, Yeah,
there's a phrase I just remembered that perfectly describes it. Intelligence is knowing that the tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad.
And charisma is selling it as salsa.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. It's fun to think about things. For my ex-husband, I would have high strength. For my ex-husband would have high strength, low dex, and I'm vice versa. He's got higher wisdom than me too, hee. I think lower stats in some places create fun opportunities too. If you have low charisma and can't convince the guard to let you pass, you have to figure out something else. Yeah, exactly. Maybe dex gets you stealthily climbing the wall. Maybe intelligence let you reason with him on why you should be allowed anyway. Exactly. Metaphor. Yeah. Exactly like Dee Lee said. Don't consider failure in Dungeons & Dragons to be a bad thing. It just gives you an opportunity to have new experiences or to attempt things differently. But let's get into skills specifically, okay? So when we're talking about strength, strength and athletics go hand in hand. Because remember, it governs jumping, pushing, pulling, carrying. So like weightlifting would be considered athletic. So it would be governed by the strength stat. So that means whenever you need to see if you're being athletic, right? Or if your dungeon master says, I would like you to roll your athletics, they're asking you to perform a feat of strength. So your strength score is going to give you modifications to the increase of your athletics, right? if you're a really strong person, naturally, your athletics is going to be a lot higher than most. Okay, raw physical force. Now we're talking dexterity, we're talking nimbleness and speed. So things like acrobatics, sleight of hand, and stealth are going to be your bread and butter. So if you want to do flips off of, parkour, if you want to do flips off of like crevices cliffs and stuff like that, or if you want to, pickpocket somebody, or if you want to be really sneaky, it's all about how high your dexterity score is. So your dexterity score is going to impact how good you are at those three things. If you're really good at athletics, sleight of hand, and stealth, it's probably because you are a very nimble and speedy person. Sleight of hand specifically requires a lot of speed and, some would argue, a lot of cunning as well. But what it comes down to is being quick with your movements so that people don't notice. So that's your dexterity score. Constitution doesn't influence anything in the skill sheets, but what it does influence is how well you resist things like poisons or sometimes mental or magical effects in this world. It determines the way that your body reacts to adverse and sudden effects. So even though there's no skill attached to it, when you think about it, there really shouldn't be. There isn't a biological way to train your biology to be better at something, so you shouldn't really roll on it when you think about it. It's kind of more natural than the other stats. It's an intuitive thing. Insert Princess Bride joke about arsenic poisoning here, but just to simplify things, they kind of gave it its own category instead of adding it to the list of skills that you would use to roll on when you're deciding what your character does, right? So let's go into wisdom next. Wisdom, like we discussed, is all about senses and your intuition. So when we're talking about perceptions and things like that, we're talking about animal handling. You don't know what an animal wants because it can't speak our language, but based on its body language, what you're observing about its behavior, there are a lot of inferences that you can take from that behavior. You can assume if an animal is injured based on its posture or its breathing. That's animal handling. Medicine, same thing. You don't necessarily need to understand someone's language to understand when they're injured or when they need medical assistance. And you don't necessarily know how to communicate with somebody who can't hear you, that you're able to bandage them up, but you can show them by doing it, right? You also have things like insight, which again governs your intuition. It's your little voice inside your head that tells you that something's wrong or that something's right? That all has to do with your perception. The last one, as I kind of touched on earlier, is survival. All of us within ourselves have a drive to protect ourselves, our bodies, our stomachs, our hides. All of those things come from our animalistic nature and are governed by the wisdom stat. So if you're trying to determine if somebody's lying to you, you're asking your dungeon master, your storyteller, what your intuition is telling you. So naturally, you're going to need to rely on your wisdom score to help you roll that insight check. I hope that makes sense. Exactly. If you're playing as Superman, max stats, there really is no real tension. Exactly. Normally, when I am running a Dungeons & Dragons campaign, my favorite way to run it is with standard array at level 1. And oftentimes that is a very, what's the word? Not complicated, controversial. It's a controversial decision because a lot of, especially experienced players, want to start at level 3 so they can get all their shiny class abilities, which we'll go into a little bit later. But I like starting at level 1 because it brings everybody back to their roots and gives them a new experience. And the most important part is one of your ability scores starts off really, really low. And what that means is even more experienced adventurers are relying on each other a lot more to assist them with some of the problems that they encounter. I find that it often adds to the sense of adventure and danger as well. As a level 1 character, you're essentially like a farmer who just picked up an axe. You're just learning how to kind of manage your body and the new skills that you've picked up and learned. So it can be a very dangerous encounter. And I find that to be really fun to see how creative my friends at the table can be as a storyteller, right? Standard array is V good. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree. Level 1 gives you time to flesh out your character's personality too. Yeah, that's a big part of it is when you start playing a character for the first time, you'll notice that their personality may drastically or even subtly shift during the span of the weeks that you end up playing them. You spend roughly 4 hours per session playing as this person, and what they like or dislike or how they react to external events could change over time. And maybe you even have reasons for that, but it's a very normal part of the character creation process to start off your character one way and have them turn out another after a few sessions of play. All right, now we talked about intelligence. And intelligence is stuff like Arcana, history, investigation. You can't see it on your screen. Oh gosh, I'm doing a bad job. Okay, it's fine. Okay. So Arcana, history, and investigation. Wizards, for example, have really high intelligence scores, and it makes sense because they know a lot more about the arcane or Arcana. They know a lot more about history. They are more investigative because you need to have high investigation to do research. And the result of that research leads in the higher ability to have skills with magic or with history. Okay? So typically, if somebody in your party is playing a character that has a very high Arcana, history, or investigation score, it means that they definitely relied on the intelligence ability score. If you're a really intelligent person, your skill in those 3 things is going to be very high, much higher. And it's going to improve the results of what you roll when you're asked to make a skill check like that. And now we're going to talk about king of the ability scores, which is charisma, as we all know, which is your force of personality. And force of personality is really a really important detail of the charisma ability score because it's an interesting one. And I'm not just saying that because it's my favorite score on the list. It governs your deception, your persuasion, your performance, and your intimidation. That makes sense, right? As a charming person that people like talking to and being around, people are going to be more perceptive to being deceived by you or being persuaded to do things with you, or the performances that you put on. Maybe they'll be more swayed by, maybe they'll be more touched because they have a deeper meaning to your friendship. They could also be more intimidated by you. There are so many ways that you can make a character genuinely, and there isn't a wrong way. So sometimes you'll have a bard who has really, really high intimidation score, and that's how they get things out of people. It's not through like nice means. It's not through persuasion or performances or deceiving people. It's all about intimidating them, enforcing their will upon others. Now, those are the skills associated with the charisma score. But there's also one really important thing to know about charisma. Charisma, as your force of personality, also stops opposing forces from displacing you. It's like having a soul that is so strong and like a personality that is so enforced by your being that people who are trying to transpose you to another plane of existence or trying to teleport you to a prison cell are unable to do that. So, funny enough, bards, because one of their highest scores is going to be their charisma ability score, and whenever a wizard wants to, let's say that you're a wizard magister and you want to throw me in jail, right? I would have to roll my ability score check to resist it. So the chances of me resisting like a magister's high level teleportation spell is a lot greater than the barbarian. I would just stand there and the spell would fizzle around me and I wouldn't even know what happened. Like I wouldn't go anywhere. Because that's how strong the personality is. I always found that to be a really interesting tidbit, because people always say that once you're in the hobby, that charisma is kind of a useless thing because it doesn't save you from danger. But I would disagree with that. There are classes in Dungeons and Dragons that can force you to do things like tell the truth, or they can put hexes on you, forcing you to perform actions, or it will cause you pain, right? But bards can kind of counteract that by just being themselves, which I really, really like. It's like, I'm in your zone of truth, but I'm not obeying it because I don't have to. Whereas other characters might be like, oh shit, zone of truth. I have to say everything the truth now, I refuse to move and you can't make me. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thought of it like stubbornness. Yeah, sure. I think it's a little different than that personally, but if that's how you want to think of it, I think that's great. I like the idea that your personality is so cemented and so sure of itself that you're never like apart from yourself. You're never like transposed away from who you truly are. You can't be whisked away by forces against your will. You just can't, So, that's about it. As far as ability scores and skills, that's where things become the most complicated. So congratulations, you guys did the hardest part. You learned about ability scores and skills. I would argue that that's the hardest part about Dungeons & Dragons, because a lot of people get really intimidated when they look at the character sheet and they see this raw list of stuff and they don't know what any of it means or what the numbers next to it mean. Well, I just explained it to you and it seems pretty simple, right? It's all completely logical. If you're strong, you're athletic. If you're dexterous, you have great acrobatics. That all makes sense, right? So when you're thinking about who you want to pretend to be, what kind of little adventurer that you're going to be when you're playing pretend with your friends, think about what kind of skills that they would have. And all you have to do is make sure that the ability score and the skill matches. And I would definitely suggest choosing a class that really excels with a combination of your ability scores and skills, right? And now we're going to talk about other things that may be impacted by I'm just going to get rid of you, Chompy. Thank you for your help. Other things that may contribute to higher scores, right? So your ability score means that it is like the baseline, right? So if you're strong, you have good athletics. Now, another way that you can improve your athletics is through a magical trinket. If you have an amulet that gives you advantageous athletics, right? If you're better at athletics, maybe your strength isn't that high, and this amulet gives you the athleticism of a trained Olympian, stuff like that. So there's trinkets, swords, armor, all kinds of magical stuff that can increase or influence in a positive or a negative way both your ability scores and your skills sometimes. But those are the only things that are taken into consideration when you're rolling dice at the table. Okay? Pretty easy. I hope that made sense. Do you guys feel like this was pretty clear? Does anybody have any lingering questions that maybe I wasn't able to answer? I hope it was fine. Like I said, I really rushed it. I'm so sorry for that. But I did my best, and it's still color-coded for you in case you get confused. All right.
It looks good. You did great.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna get rid of you, Chompy. I don't need to move this guy. Well, please let me. Please let me.
There's something very important though that I think that a lot of people are asking. That what is a Dungeons and Dragons? What is a dungeon? What is a dragon? Well, I'm here to answer those questions for you. A dungeon is a series of rooms, typically subterranean, that contain treasure guarded by traps and monsters. Sometimes they even contain dragons. What's a dragon? Well, a dragon is a lizard with wings that breathes fire, lives for thousands of years, and is as intelligent as the smartest of humans. Sometimes they're good, and sometimes they're evil.
Are you reading off of a
There it
wiki?
is. No. I wrote that.
Oh,
I'm reading off a note I wrote.
that's very cute. Hi, Gussie! Right. Thank you for that, Sparrow.
That is something that fascinates me, is that you can tell when someone's reading off of something rather than saying words from their brain. And I hate that that's a thing that human beings can do. Is, oh boy, I certainly write down everything I'm going to say as NPCs in campaigns, etc. You know, I write down little scripts, and it's like, how do I read this without it sounding like I'm reading off a script? You know? Anyway, that's a topic for another time.
So, how do I play 5th edition? Well, now that you've had a taste, surely you're ready to take on Tiamat, who's the dragon goddess herself, right, guys? Right. So let's talk about a realistic scenario that, or an example scenario, I should say, that you could experience as an adventurer. The dungeon master, remember, that person is a storyteller, describes a cave with interesting drawings on the walls that was once occupied by beasts of unknown nature. You need to get to the end of the cave. What do you do? Right? So you can choose your second step is you can choose what your character does next. So do you want to examine the drawings? Notice that that's purple. So we would probably use our intelligence to compare the drawings or the language to something that we might have seen before. So that would be investigation, right? Which is an intelligence check. Okay? We could try to find out what animals once lived there and perhaps how they navigated the cave naturally. You can also search for light source. Both of those things are orange, which is our wisdom score or our survival skill. So that's what we would use to roll those. You can do all of those things. There are no wrong answers to handle the way forward. Okay? So you have a couple of things that you can do to get through this cave. And again, there's no wrong way to explore it or get to the end of the cave. What happens next is your DM or your dungeon master, your storyteller, will ask you to roll your dice to determine the outcome of that action. This is always either your ability score or a related skill. That's it. It's really easy. So to examine the art, you would roll an investigation skill. If you want to search for the animal tracks, you would roll survival. The DM, your storyteller, ultimately decides how difficult it is, how difficult it is and what skill you roll. But they can sometimes be convinced if you're cunning to roll something else. For example, if you want to do a investigation check, but maybe your investigation for some reason isn't that high, right? And you're like, actually, I would like to use nature. Your DM might go, okay, can I think of a way so that my player, as a storyteller, could use nature instead of investigation to check this wall? So it's your storyteller who determines how you roll, but your scores and your dice ultimately determine how well you do that thing. Okay? Finally, the last step, the dice for skills, ability checks, and combat is always a d20 and only a d20. Okay? So if you're worried about all the dice that you have to roll and like all the math that you have to do, literally it's just one d20 that determines all of the skills that you want to roll on or that your storyteller will ask you to roll on, all of your ability checks, and even when you're attacking a creature, your accuracy of that hit will always be determined by just one dice, the d20. That's why a lot of D&D fans often sport a pin with a d20, because it is the most important dice in any D&D game. or just Dungeons and Dragons in general. They even call this system a D20 system because in other TTRPGs, they will use other dice to roll statistics or the outcome of events. Dungeons and Dragons is what they call a D20 system because the D20 is the most important dice for this type of storytelling. So let's say you roll your D20 for your investigation skill. You roll a 10. A 10 is an exactly average, like a middle of the road roll. Okay. So you roll a 10. Is that your total roll? No, it's not. You rolled a 10. However, there is a score next to the skill investigation that is what we call a modifier. That modifier determines what your total roll is. So if your investigation is really high, you might have a +5 to investigation. So now your 10 becomes a 15, right? That's it. So all of these numbers that you're afraid of adding up, all it is one D20 and a number next to the skill that you want to roll. That's it. That's all the math that's required. That's it. So remember, it is playing pretend with a group of your friends and rolling one dice and adding a couple of numbers that are right there on your sheet for you. Okay? So that is your total number. You rolled a 15, right? The Dungeon Master, again, your storyteller, will compare that to how difficult they think the task is that you're trying to do and tells you if you succeed or if you fail. Remember, your Dungeon Master isn't working against you. They are not your enemy. They are there to make sure that you and everybody else at the table is having a good time. They're the host of this party. They don't want to kill your character. They don't want to see you suffer most of the time. Suffering can add to some drama, but you know what I mean. The point is, they're never going to ask you to roll something that is so incredibly difficult every time, because that wouldn't be fun for anyone, right? They will tell you if, based on what you rolled, it was good enough to do well or not. But they're never going to say, oh, you standing up requires you to roll a 20 on this dice. That's crazy. And if you ever try the hobby and you have a Dungeon Master that every time you roll, like, even if you roll like 16 plus on every roll and they say you fail, just step away from that table and then you give me their name and address so that I can fucking roll up. Okay? I've played D&D repeatedly and I'm still learning so much and thinking about this in new ways. That's wonderful, Dewey! It's like 10 is average, but if you're really good at and bad at a skill, your average is better or worse than the average. Yeah, sure. I didn't completely understand that. I'm sorry, my brain is goop. You are all telling a story together. It's just that one person happens to control more characters in the world, but at the end of the day, you all have the same goal of telling a story. Exactly. Think about it like this. Your storyteller, or your DM in this case, usually will start a campaign wanting to tell a specific type of story. So essentially, what somebody has done is decided to let you into a world or a story that might be really personal and very important to them. It wouldn't normally be in somebody's best interests to ask a group of your friends to sit down at a table with you for 4 hours a day. You know, everybody's getting really connected to the story and these characters and not want you to have a good time. You are the host of this party as the Dungeon Master. It's a big responsibility because we're also responsible for not just the players' happiness, but the happiness of their characters. So consider that when you're worried about how the Dungeon Master is ruling things. And at the end of the day, if you truly feel like you're being mistreated, even if it's your first game, don't be shy. Speak up. Communication is really important. Even if you just talk to your fellow players about where you're having trouble, DMs always find it really important to touch base with their players and make sure that they are telling the type of story that everybody's going to be connected with, right? Sometimes skills also aren't relevant. The dice can work against you. Poor Argus missing 4 hits. Exactly. Argus has like a +20 in hammer, and every time he tries to hit something, he misses. It sucks. My dice hates me. Mostly, I get a lot of really low rolls. See, we'll get into dice jail a little later. But do you see how easy that was? Literally, it's like, oh, you're in a cave and there's writing on the walls. You need to get the end of the cave. What are you gonna do? Bam. I go look for a light source. Great. You're gonna roll a 1 dice. Okay, I rolled a 10. Okay. Are you really good at survival? Yes. Excellent. You're really good at survival. That means that you have a +5 to the score. So you actually rolled a 15, which means that you did really, really good. So you get what you were looking for. You get your light source and you're able to find your way out of the cave. Bam. Easy peasy. See how easy that is? This is what I mean by anybody who has a fundamental understanding of how games work or a desire to learn how games work. Anybody who understands your language is able to play like that. It is just that easy, okay? I like the cave walls. I like the walls to taste for aerated soil. You are not welcome at my table. Thanks. No, I'm just kidding. You get a lot of players who are like that, who will dance around the plot or potentially just want to dunk on you as the DM. I would say be very careful about this. Some DMs are trying to tell a story that's very personal, like I said, and really have in mind who they want to be involved in that. So dunking on a DM is fun, but just, read the room, The more oxygenated the walls, the closer to an exit, probably. Okay, whatever.
Something about rolls that I'd like to add that's more focused at the DM than the players.
Mm-hmm.
But failing a roll doesn't necessarily have to mean that you fail to do what you wanted to do.
Can you elaborate on that while I take a bite of my food?
Sure thing. So let's say, for example, you are fumbling around in the dark for a torch. And the DM asks you to roll whatever skill you want to roll, right? They're like, oh, roll. Sometimes the DM keep the required number hidden behind the screen for story and tension purposes, but sometimes the DM can be like, okay, you need to roll higher than a 12. So let's say, just for the sake of this example, you know that you need to roll higher than a 12. So you roll your dice. It's a 4 on the dice. You add your ability modifiers, you add your stats and stuff, and that still only takes it up to an 8. It's not a 12. You fail. Does that mean that you don't find the torch, you can't see it at all, and you're just, the GM says, no, you don't find it, and that's the end of that? Yes, sometimes, sure, as a GM, you can say, no, you don't, and then move on. But as a GM, you should always be avoiding putting just brick walls in front of your players. And it's like, sometimes you should be yes and rather than no. And if
you mean no,
if they
but?
fail, or no but, or yes but, there's different ways to do it. For example, you could say that even though they failed the roll, they still get what they want. However, it comes at a price, or it comes with some kind of some kind of downside. For example, maybe they're stumbling around the dark looking for a torch, and because they failed the roll, they do find the torch. But what they don't see with their low perception is that in grabbing the torch, they have stepped on a pressure plate for a trap, or they've stumbled into mud, or they find the torch but they don't notice that there is glowing eyes behind them that is now the mouth of some monster coming down from the roof. You can fail forward.
Yeah, failing
and
forward.
I think that's important.
That's kind of like DM's category. So you, as a new player, you don't have to worry about that, but it's just something to consider. A good dungeon master should say no but and yes and more than anything, right? They never want you to feel like you're out of options, and they never want you to feel too comfortable with how well you've done either, because that's what makes it fun. You don't find a torch, but you see some glowing lichen in the distance. There might be something in that direction. Exactly. So now that we've talked about an overview of like what you'll roll, now this is just miscellaneous rolls that will also call for you to use different type of dice other than the d20. They are far less common than the d20. So, but here are some examples of other things you may need to roll. A saving throw. So this uses your ability score instead of a skill to help you out against sudden effects. Like poison, dodging a fireball thrown in your direction, or resisting translocation, which we went over. If somebody was trying to teleport me, Esme Silverthorn, off of this barrel and into the sky, I would roll a charisma saving throw. I don't roll charisma acrobatics. I would just roll a charisma saving throw. And I would roll a d20, and it would just be whatever modifiers my charisma score had to determine the result. Okay? There's also random effect tables. So if you know something called wild magic, which is magic with an indeterminate effect, there's a class called a sorcerer and a subclass, or like a sub job of a barbarian that utilize something called wild magic, and consider it to be like raw chaos. So sometimes what happens is when they try to get off a desired magical effect, something else happens instead. So you roll like a d100 instead of a d20 to determine the magical effect on it. It also can sometimes be for magical loot, just to generate, lots of random loot. Sometimes you'll open a book for Dungeons and Dragons and it'll have like random loot tables, and on one side it'll say D1 D100, and then it'll have like a whole list of 100 different options there, and then depending on what you roll, it'll have that effect. It's not very common that this happens. Usually, again, that's a storyteller that does that, but sometimes just for fun, the storyteller will be like, okay, roll a D100 and find out if you find a magic knife in the shop and what magic it has on it, and then you get to do that. You might also roll on background traits. So if you're not really sure what kind of personality you want the character that you're playing as to have, sometimes you'll roll a d6 or a d8 or something, again on these loot tables, or not loot tables, they're just tables. You'll roll on a table which has a list of personality traits assigned to one of the faces of the die. So if you roll a 1, you'll get one different type of personality trait. If you get a 5, you get another, right? And damage is going to be probably the most common of the anti-D20s that you'll roll in a game. As previously stated, you roll a D20 for everything, including combat. So you're going to roll your D20 dice to determine if you hit something, but the damage of that hit will depend on the type of weapon that you use, if you're really good at using that weapon, and it will usually be anywhere between a D4 to you can even go up to a D10. D10 weapons are obviously the bigger, heavier weapons out there. Yeah, so you would probably need a higher strength score to wield them in character, right? I don't know if that's always true.
I should stipulate, you say at most a D10, a D12 is actually the
That's
highest
right. Thank you.
roll for damage.
Yeah.
But it's extremely, there's only like one weapon, maybe two, that rolls a D12.
Spells as well. D12 is used for spells too. So yeah, even the damage on a spell will often use D4, D6s, or D8s. And usually for spells, it's like a number of them. If you see something like you have to roll 4d6 to determine the damage of this, what it's asking you to do is roll 4 dice that are D6 in variety. So not that complicated, pretty easy. It just looks weird. Other things that you might roll on include items. So you will typically roll D6 for recharging items like a wand or a magical staff to regain their magical charges. Not all magical items have charges, so again, that isn't something that you will normally run into very often. A lot of magical items you have to just like attune to, like the magical item has to get used to your specific pheromones before you can use it. But most of the time when you see item charges, we're talking about staves and wands and stuff. So you don't see it very often, but that's always a D6. And then we're talking about recovery. So let's say you're in a big dungeon. You guys have been going for, hours and hours, going deeper and deeper and deeper into this dungeon, and you guys are out of spells. You're tired. You just want to sit down for a little bit and recoup because you guys have been hitting those monsters hard. Well, if you would like to recovery, there's something called a short rest. It's a rest that is usually anywhere between an hour to 4 hours max. You would roll something called hit dice. Hit dice are located on your character sheet, so you're not going to have to remember which dice it is or how many you roll. It's always there. Always. Okay? It will help you regain any HP that you've lost depending on how many of those dice you roll and what you roll. And it can be anywhere from a D6 to a D10. I don't think the classes go up to D12, do they? Am I wrong? Check on that for me. Check on that for me if you don't mind.
Yeah, I've never heard of a D12 hit dice, but
Barbarian has D12. Are you sure? Barbie gets D12. You're positive?
That makes sense.
It does make sense, but I want to make sure. I forgot about D12. Yes. Okay. Work. Thank you, Discus.
They're D12.
So for a barbarian, they have a beefy D12. They can roll like a handful of D12s to regain hit points, which is really good because they're the bulkiest. They have the most health. They need to roll a bigger dice to have a bigger dice pool to regain more health if you guys are on a short rest. And the last one that I could think of is kind of like a miscellaneous thing that you'll roll for is called initiative. That determines the combat order. So how do things happen? In what order do things happen? In which, like, what characters will act within what they call a round, which is the time it takes for the first character to act to the last character to act. Okay? So when somebody says, okay, we're in round 1, they're talking about that entire span of time where the first character on the battle acts to the last character acts in the battle. Okay? And that's it. That's it as far as like extra stuff. This that I'm showing you now is we're going to be getting into examples of what combat looks like. I broke it down into 8 steps. I don't know what happened to number 9. Oh wait, I do know what happened to number 9. You'll see it in a minute. You'll see it in a second. I know exactly what happened to number 9. Never mind. I'm really smart. Okay. So let's say you're in combat. There's no option. You have to fight this guy, right? So you're going to choose your action in combat. When you're in combat, you're allowed to take 1 action, 1 bonus action, and 1 movement per each of your turns. Thank you so much for the headband, Finley. Now I'm going to break down what that means because it sounds like a lot, but I promise it's not. Okay? Move. Where do you want to move on the board? How much you can move is determined typically by your race, and it will always just be on your character sheet. If you want to move your character somewhere on the board for combat, you just look at the number that's on your character sheet, and that's how many squares you move, pretty much. Pretty easy, right? Think of it like chess, how different chess pieces can move in unique ways. This is kind of the same, where you can't move any number of spaces you want, but yeah, you get it. I hope that D&D has been canceled for the 5th week in a row. Oh, hold on, I want to hear this. We'll wait for him. He's taking his good old time. So what's an action? When you're in combat,
DD has been canceled for the 5th week in a row.
He's sleepy. Yeah, he's really late about picking up those phone calls. So you're in combat. You moved. You know how much you're trying to move for? How many spaces you can move? Because it's right there under character sheets, determined by your race. Okay? So you've moved. Done. That's one of the 3 things that you can do checked off your list. Great. You're 1/3 done already. The second thing is an action. So you can, on your action, you can either attack, dodge, disengage, dash, help, you can hide, you can influence, you can cast magic, you can ready something, which means you can like prepare, you can like hold off on your action until somebody does something specific and then it'll automatically go off. You can search, study, or utilize. So a lot of these aren't very commonly used. Most of the time when we're talking actions, we're talking about helping, we're talking about attacking, we're talking about magic. Those are the ones that are most commonly used. Attacking is pretty self-explanatory. Dashing means you sacrifice being able to attack or any of the other things in the action list to get more movement speed. So if you really need to get to a location, you can sacrifice being able to attack to move further. Disengage is an interesting one. A lot of people favor the offensive in combat scenarios. However, hi Mochibot! A lot of situations and classes benefit from the disengage action. What disengage does is it basically is you saying, I am no longer going to attack this person, I just want to get away. And your character cannot, your character cannot take damage from just trying to walk away from an active scenario. They actively they sacrifice their ability to attack or do damage to their foe by completely disengaging from them. And it allows you to kind of distance yourself from a real threat. So if you are a wizard and you don't have a lot of combat finesse and there's a giant barbarian standing in your way, instead of using your magic, your little fireball to like blast him, because he'll probably survive that, you might want to just use disengage and get as far away from him as possible. In Dungeons and Dragons, all characters have something called attack of opportunity. What that means is every time you are engaged with somebody in combat and you try to walk away, not disengage, but you just try to move away from their reach, they get a free reaction to attack you for free. So a way to avoid that is to disengage. You sacrifice your attack to do that, but you're also sacrificing their potential attack on you trying to escape a very dangerous scenario. So it can be very advantageous to disengage. You have dodge, which I feel like is self-explanatory. You're sacrificing your ability to attack or cast spells in order to give yourself advantage on avoiding dangerous effects. You have the help action, which I mentioned was a pretty common one. Now, what the help action does is something that's actually pretty useful. The help action allows you to assist a nearby adventurer in their task. When you give them the assistance or help action, what that means is you are giving them advantage to their roll, which means that when they roll, let's say, sleight of hand to grab the magic orb from the villain's hands, you give them the ability to roll twice, not just once, to determine the result, and they take the better of those 2 rolls. So, and it also helps pick people off the ground as well. So like if you have somebody who's down and unconscious because they took too many hits, let's say that wizard decided to cast Firebolt instead of running away, and you are a bard. You would walk up to them and sacrifice your action, use the help action to kind of bring them back up and stabilize them. Okay? Again, it can be very advantageous. Hide, pretty self-explanatory. You sacrifice your attack to try to dissolve into shadows. Influence. This is one that I don't see really at all. Influence. It means that you can basically, in active combat, and you can sacrifice your action to try and influence the character the characters around you or the NPCs, the non-player characters or monsters around you, to do something, right? Give a stirring speech to the villain to make him back down, but you sacrifice your attack to do that. You can use magic, again, very self-explanatory. You can ready an action. Readying an action is just like I touched on a little earlier. It's basically saying, I want to attack this guy, but I only want to do that after he's stepped through the doorway so that I get a nice clean shot. You can do that. Basically, you're sacrificing your action right now to wait for him to take his turn in the initiative. And once that character walks through the doorway, bam, immediately your character's ready action activates and you get to get it off immediately. Okay? There's also search. If the entire party is busy fighting off a giant Cthulhu monster in an ancient underwater ruins, you can use your search ability to look for the key to the anti-trap, which drains all the water that's slowly filling up in the anti-chamber. You know, you can use you sacrifice your ability to fight this Cthulhu monster to do that. Study. Let's say you're in that same place, and instead of fighting the Cthulhu monster or searching for the key, you find a bunch of ancient books or ancient writings on the walls that you're trying to study. You can do that. Utilize. Utilize typically means using an item. So you can basically use 2 items in a round. Usually you can use an item as a bonus action, depending on what it is. It can be like a potion or whatever. But you can also utilize like a lever or something that's just kind of unactivated. You can sacrifice the ability to throw a fireball or slash something with your sword if you want to like do that instead. Okay. So there, we're 2 out of 3 done. It's not as complicated as all that. And long and short of it is, if you're confused about what actions you can take, just talk to your DM. Say, here's what I'm thinking my character would like to do. And your DM will say, okay, so the first thing that you want to do is move. Here's how you would do that. And here's the number of squares that you would go right here on your character sheet. And you're like, okay, I want to do this other thing. The next thing that you would do is the DM will say, okay, so you're going to use the disengage move. And here's what that does for you. So don't feel like you have to memorize all of this right now. This is all just kind of like the options that it gives you when you're in active combat, when you're rolling initiative. I haven't seen some of these actions. Are they from older D&D editions or did I miss them in 5e? They are from the 2014 player's manual. Yeah, from what I understand. They're from 5th edition. But anyway, yeah. They're just really not used that often. Normally what will happen is, and at least in my experience, Argus, is you'll be like, I really want to pull this lever, and your DM will be like, okay, that's going to take your entire turn, or that'll be your entire action. And you're like, okay, I still want to do it. That's still the utilize action. They just don't call it that. Whereas somebody as a character might say, I want to take the help action and help, Ophelius get up on the horse, for example. So yeah, don't feel like you have to memorize all of these. It's honestly just a matter of confirming within yourself what your character that you've made is going to do, and then talking to your storyteller about doing that, and they will help you and guide you to the right things that you want to roll. Huh, okay, sick. I usually DM'd it as, yeah, you can use your action to light that candle, you weirdo. Yeah. What a waste of a turn. Okay. Now, various class features, spells, and other abilities let you take an additional action on your turn called the bonus action. Otherwise, you don't have one. So, 2 out of the 3 are just move, and how do you want to handle your, most important action in this combat. But the last thing is a bonus action. It's usually something very small. There are classes like the rogue who has tricky and cunning abilities that they can do 2 hits per turn because they have a special ability for their class that allows them to do that. You don't have to take a bonus action. So when you really think about it, Combat is really two parts: move and act. That's it. Sometimes you'll have a bonus action, but not all the time. If you don't have any spells, you probably won't have a bonus action. So it's just a 1-2. It's very simple. Yep, react. React is something a little different though. It's not something that you can opt to do unless you're readying your action. So a reaction, what Argus is talking about, a reaction is something that your body just kind of involuntarily reacts to. What it means is if somebody is throwing a fireball, you could be like, oh shit, and like try to like dodge out of the way, right? It's just a reaction. It's not something you were intending to do, but it's happening because of a result of something. So as a reaction, sometimes you can take an attack of opportunity against somebody moving against you. You didn't expect them to move away while you're engaging, in a one-on-one duel with them. But the fact that they've done that, it makes them vulnerable. Think about it this way. When somebody is actively in a fencing duel with you, right? Moving instead of disengaging while in the middle of that duel, what it is you're literally turning your back to your enemy and walking away from them. Okay? Whereas disengaging is like flicking your sword towards theirs to like flick their weapon up and like kind of leaping back, but like still defensive and facing towards them so that you're not vulnerable. That's the difference between the two. That's why it's an important move to disengage when you're in active combat. Because a reaction, like an attack of opportunity, is something that you will get on somebody who tries to walk away when you are actively engaging them. Actively engaging them means you're usually within 5, or depending on the length of your weapon, 10 feet of the person that you're actively engaging with. And that determines if you're able to kind of get hit on them if they go, ah, shit, and they try to run away instead of disengaging on you. So something to keep in mind, adventurers. If somebody just like turns their back to you and, you have disdain for this person, or you're fighting this person, for blood, just get an attack of opportunity. Don't miss your chance to get that extra hit in. Okay? Now, attacks. In order to determine if you actually hit your enemy, you will roll a d20. Just like I mentioned before, everything is a d20. So let's say you've chosen the attack action, okay? You want to hit your enemy. You'll roll your d20, okay? You take the results of that roll and add it to any proficiency bonus that your character has with the weapon. So let's say your character is that fencer, right? You have a proficiency, which means you're proficient. You're very good with a rapier. It's basically like an extension of your arm. That means when you use rapier in combat with an enemy, your damage is going to be a lot higher because it's like an extension of you. It's a part of you. So you're able to kind of get extra depth when you're doing the lunge, or an extra, flick when you're swiping them with that dangerous blade. So that will determine the dice that you roll and how high the damage actually is. So let's say you roll your dice and you hit your enemy. You would roll your damage. So let's say it's the rapier again. It's going to be I want to say a rapier is a d6. There's no way it's a d8, right? It's a rapier a d8. I don't think so. Let's say it's a d6 just for fun, just for louds. Okay, so your rapier, your rapier it's a d8. Oh, it is a martial weapon. I always forget that. I forgot.
Rapier's d8, yes.
Thank you, everybody. See, I've been playing it for years, and I haven't even memorized all of the weapons and their damages. So don't feel bad if you aren't memorizing this. It's okay. Somebody will always be there to remind you. It's a D8, I'm fairly sure. Not. Hey, welcome, Bray. Thank you for the first time chat. Thank you. Welcome. Can we get a hearty howdy for our new adventure in chat, please?
Howdy.
Right. So, let's say you're really good with rapiers. You roll a d20. You add your proficiency bonus because you're good with your rapier, and it's determined by your storyteller that you hit. The damage that you roll will take the specific weapon's damage. So you'll roll a d8. and you'll add your strength or your dex modifier to the roll to determine its damage. So it's a finesse weapon, so you could use your dex modifier, so like your nimbleness ability score, to add to that. So let's say, here's an example. The rapier. Oh, it says right here on the screen D8. I could have just read it. I'm so dumb. All right, so this is often what you'll see in Dungeons and Dragons books that are listing different items or weapons or whatever. This is the example of the rapier. So it's a melee weapon. It's martial. It does a 1d8 in damage. It's of the piercing type. And it has a property called finesse. Now, finesse means that you can use your dexterity modifier to utilize it. So you roll 1d8 plus whatever modifier you have as a dexterous character to the damage of this. Pretty cool, huh? Now we're going to talk about spells, okay? Spells. For all y'all out there going, well, what about me? I'm a cleric. Oh, I'm a warlock. I'm a wizard. What about me? I'm not going to be stabbing people with a rapier. What do I do? Well, congratulations. Spells will always tell you what dice to roll and what you add to them for damage. Always. Let me give you a little example. Fireball. As you can see here, its casting time is 1 action. That means it takes up your entire action. See, the spell is even reminding you what like your casting time is, like how long it's going to take for you to get this off. So it'll take your full action. You can still move before you do this, but it'll take your full action to get off a fireball. You can cast it at a range of 150 feet, which is froggin' crazy, by the way. The duration, it's instantaneous. So as soon as the spell gets off, it's bam, it hits. And then it kind of gives you flowery speech for what it is. A bright streak flashes from your pointing finger to a point you choose within range, and then blossoms with a low roar into an explosion of flame. Each creature within a 20-foot radius, this is stuff for the DM to think about. People who are casting Fireball don't typically think about this 20-foot radius at all. On the point that must make a dexterity throw. So if you're within a 20-foot radius sphere of somebody using a fireball, like let's say you're casting this on a group of kobolds, those kobolds must make something called a dexterity saving throw. And we went over that earlier, didn't we? It's a meme at this point. Yes, that's correct. It's a meme at this point. We'll get into that in a second. Anyway, so those kobolds all must make dexterity saving throws. Now, all of them will take damage, okay? How much damage, you might be wondering? A target takes 8d6 fire damage on a failed save. So if they are not dexterous enough, if they all fail their dexterity saving throws, they take all of this damage. Or they can take half if they manage to get out of the way. The backdraft of that fireball is so intense that despite the fact that this is a huge amount of damage, they don't just get out scot clear. They get, or what is it called? Scotch. What is it called? Scotch free. They still get skinned by a lot of damage. The fire spreads around corners that ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. So what does this mean? 8d6 fire damage. What dice do I roll? What does 8d6 mean? Well, see this 8? That's the number of dice that you're going to roll. So far, so good? See this other number, 6? That's the type of dice you roll. So in this case, when you're casting Fireball as your action, you're going to roll 8 of the d6 variety of dice to determine damage. See, now are we getting it? See, it's pretty easy, right? And all spells look like this. So you're never going to be in a situation where you have a list of your spells in front of you and you have no idea how much damage it does. You don't have to memorize it, okay? All of us are nerds. Nobody has the memory capacity to know how much damage a fireball is going to do by heart, unless you're Argus and you don't care about any other spell except fireball. So you're just going to throw this down and just go, well, good luck, everyone. He probably memorized 8d6, but the rest of us, you know, we don't know. We don't remember. but that's okay. You're not required to. This type of description that you're looking at right here is on pretty much everything that you will look at for Dungeons and Dragons. Okay? So if you're like, crap, I don't remember how much damage a rapier does, congratulations, you don't need to. It's on there. There's a million reminders about damage all over the place in every book that you will look at. So please try not to worry if you haven't memorized everything. And worst case scenario, all of this will be on your character sheet. Okay? Who do I play? Oh, there's me! Oh my gosh, it's me, you guys. The bard of the party. Oh! Who do I play? That's a great question, chat. Now, this is where things got a little fuzzy. Small. That's correct. So here's a list. Oh my gosh, why is this so off screen? I am so... No. No. Hold on a minute. I've already frogged up. I'm pissed. I've already frogged it. I have already frogged it. I'm so pissed off. Let me see. Oh my gosh, what's going on? There we go. Jeepers creepers, brother. Right. Okay, so here are a list of all the available classes, okay? We have Barbarian, we have Bard, we have Cleric, we have Druid, we have Fighter, we have Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Artificer. These are a list of all the classes that you can play in Dungeons and Dragons, okay? I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's a lot. I have no idea. Where do I even start? How do I know what to pick? How do I know what my group needs? Well, we're gonna get into that. And this is the fun part of D&D. First of all, I just want to give a round of applause to everybody. You guys made it. Everything that you've just experienced and learned was literally the hardest part. That's it. It's just roll a d20. And sometimes you roll other dice, but really not as often as you roll the d20. And then you add a number that's always in front of you to it to know if you win or if you succeed or not. That's it. This is the fun part. Consider this to be like the personality test of Dungeons and Dragons. This is where people get excited. This is where I got excited. Okay. That second one right up there, Bard. The second that I picked it up, I knew it was something special. I knew in my heart it was something special and it would affect the rest of my life. Okay. This is where people become feral for Dungeons and Dragons. They get so attached to their characters, they get so attached to their classes, and everybody has an opinion. Every single person has an opinion. And here's at the end of the day, the truth is, everybody that has an opinion is absolutely wrong. I'm the only one who's correct, and everything that I say today is the gospel truth. So just remember that.
That's true.
See?
I can vouch for that.
See? I'm right. I'm always right. It's been about 2 hours. So before we get into the exciting part of deciding what class is for you, chat, who should I be? We're going to take a quick pisser. So let's do that. Let's take a quick pisser. Oh, hold on. We got to ask Thaddeus what he thinks about bards. This is really important, chat. Really listen up, you guys. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just not feeling it. See, he's such a chaotic little guy. Sometimes he doesn't really feel like answering. Your screen is missing a class. I don't see wizard. Oh my god, you're right. See, I wasn't even ready. 4 out of 10 burp. Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. I'll have to throw wizard up
isn't
there.
a class. It's a way of life.
Yeah. Wait, maybe it's on here. I don't know. I'll add it during the break. How about that? Wizard isn't real. Love that. Okay. Well, apparently Thaddeus doesn't want to frog and talk to you. All right. So just get over it already.
Argus Stoneward asked me, why are bards the best class in DD? Ah, bards. The jack of all trades of DD, aren't
Correct.
they? They're like the humans of professions trying their hand at everything but mastering nothing. Yet somehow they've managed to charm their way into the hearts of many adventurers with their charisma and versatile skills.
That's me.
Perhaps it's because they distract foes with their songs while the real heroes
You
do
know.
the work. It's amusing watching humans fumble with creativity.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think he's cranky because he needs a break. All right, let's give it 10 minutes and we'll all come back here. He takes breaths. I know, right? So charming and lovable. All right, see you guys in 10 minutes. I love ya. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Be right back. Hi, I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just had to had to make some changes. Had to make some changes to the to the what you call it? To the slideshow. Just a couple of adjustments. Yeah, wizards, they were always there. That's crazy that you didn't see that before. Anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the funnest and easiest part of Dungeons & Dragons. Who do I play? Well, I'm glad you asked. I happen to have a lot of opinions about this. In fact, every single person alive does. Now, I just want to start with the disclaimer, okay? Yeah, they were just invisible. Exactly. That's why they have the same font as everyone else. It makes sense. Now, I want to start with the disclaimer. All of these are my opinion and my feelings. You don't have to play like this if you don't want to. A lot of people just kind of ignore this and just pick what they want to pick, regardless of attributes of these classes, etc. I'm going to introduce these raw classes exactly how they were introduced to me, so that you kind of have a vibe for them. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is a lot of players will go, that's not how a rogue is. They don't have to be this way, or no, wizards don't act like that. Shut up. Okay. These classes and their personality types exist as an archetype for a reason. It by no means requires you to play it this way. Nobody's saying that, okay? What I'm saying is this is rules as written, kind of how they're meant to be portrayed. And it's supposed to kind of give you an idea of how to build a character with this type of class, okay? So again, it's not required that you play it this way, but I'm assuming everyone here has never played it before. I know some of you have, but just bear with me. I'm just going on the assumption that nobody's played it before, and none of you know what the hell any of these fucking buttons mean. So guess what? I'm gonna introduce you today to some of the fun ones. Now, I kind of structured this like a bit of a personality quiz, okay? So what I did was I kind of threw in a couple of traits that I think that these classes would have. So as you're following along and listening to the sound of my voice, consider if maybe the description that I'm giving kind of sounds like you. And if it does, I think it's time to roll up a character sheet, don't you? And we'll do that together after we wrap this up. This is the last part of the slideshow that I was able to finish. So again, I apologize we didn't get through all the parts, but we're gonna put it into practicality. I'm just gonna pull up a character sheet with Sparrow. We're gonna talk about Dungeons and Dragons some, and everything that we've gone through so far is a majority of the context. So I hope, even though it wasn't as much of a deep dive as I wanted to go, you know, everything that I told you was pretty much the broad strokes. And I hope that at minimum it's created less tension when considering playing Dungeons and Dragons for the first time. Find a group, start playing. We're happy to have you. Oh, that nut is outside with Sparrow and he is yapping. He's got the wind up his arse. All right, let's begin. How to serve barbarian. Okay, queens. Okay, girlies. Let's talk about barbarians for a minute. Now, barbarians are all about rage. Rage is kind of like their power source, okay? For some, the rage springs from a communion with fierce animal spirits. Others draw from a roiling reservoir of anger at a world full of pain. For every barbarian, rage is a power that fuels not just a battle frenzy, but also an uncanny reflex, resilience, and feats of great strength. Okay? Counterpoint, playing something not you is just as fun. True. But it's also easier to play something that feels like you for the first time, I feel. You know, it's just an example. It's just, you know, it's just to help. But also, if you feel like some of these are describing you, I don't know, maybe that will help you glean something about yourself, which is psychologically something that Dungeons & Dragons is very good at. It's helping you kind of analyze your inner self, which I find really cool. Anyway, a barbarian is often defined by raw emotion, primal instincts, and a powerful connection to their physical self. Their personalities tend to be impulsive and passionate. Barbarians often act on gut feelings rather than deep thought. They're quick to anger, quick to laugh, and quick to charge into battle. They're fiercely independent. Many barbarians come from tribal or rugged backgrounds, and they value personal freedom and strength above rules or tradition. Okay? They're also protective and loyal. So while they may be rough around the edges, barbarians have a strong code of honor and unwavering loyalty to their friends or their tribe. They are driven by instinct. Rather than relying on training or study, barbarians thrive by embracing their animalistic instincts, and raw power. They're wild and untamed. There's chaotic energy to barbarians. They often live in the moment and embrace the storm within themselves. Think about Gruul Smash. Wait, wrong game. Yeah, exactly. So if you're thinking about Conan the Barbarian, any of the berserkers of the old Viking traditions, things like that, you're looking at people who honor the turmoil and rage within themselves and use it to empower them to achieve great feats. I haven't run into a single barbarian I don't like. I think they're all really cool, really funny. They're very boisterous, usually great at a party, first to finish off a keg of beer, and honestly, it's always nice to have a barbarian on your side. That's just how I feel. They're a great starter class. 100% agree. They just get angry and bonk. Yeah, exactly. They get angry and bonk. I mean, that's an oversimplification, but it's 100% accurate at the same time. Like, yes, all they do is get angry and bonk. End of the day. Cut and dry, that's what it is, right? But you can go deeper than that. Your rage can be tied to a deeper connection with the spirits, right? Like people who play barbarians, I think they're called totemic barbarians or something like that. I don't know. Wild heart barbarians, if you will. They draw their rage from like animal guardians and spirits, which I find really interesting and really cool. Herbo Barbarian was my first ever D&D character and still one of my favorite archetypes. Exactly. Hi, Dee Dee. How are you? How are you, Dee Dee? Good to see you. Good to see you. So that's how to serve Barbarian. This was my first of the slides, so you're going to notice a big shift in theme here coming up. But, like I said, I was really rushed for time making this today, so I apologize for the change. How can you see me? I thought I got rid of all the cameras. Oh, not all of them. Check your toilet. Just kidding. All right. Now let's talk about clerics. How to serve cleric. Okay. Clerics are intermediaries between the mortal world and the distant planes of the gods. As varied as the gods that they serve, clerics strive to embody the handiwork of their deities. No ordinary priest, a cleric is imbued with divine magic. Clerics are cool as hell. And you'll notice, as with a lot of the class archetypes, they are varied. Think about all of the religions and deities that exist in our world. You have like Athena, Apollo, you have Jesus and God and, Jehovah, like Shiva, like all of those that are happening in this world. In a fantasy world, you might have a god of the harvest or a goddess of love or a goddess of strife or war. Think about everything that a magical fantasy civilization would experience and what, interstellar gods that they may assign to those emotions, events, or feelings, or themes, I should say, and build your cleric based on that. There's so many ways that you can go, so many different characters that you can make. You don't have to be a justice, pure-hearted cleric of light and love if you don't want to. There are plenty of dark gods to serve as well. you know? So there's a lot of ways you can go through this, but there are a couple things that I feel kind of bind all clerics together. Clerics are devout and purposeful. Clerics are often deeply committed to their god, their deity, or their cause. They seek their power through sacred trust. So their relationship with the deity, the god that gives them power, is usually one of worship and adoration. They have a good relationship with their god. They believe that their god is just and right in whatever they do, and they give themselves wholly to their cause, whatever that god may be. They're often wise and thoughtful. Many clerics act as counselors, strategists, or moral compasses for their party. They're often compassionate, protective, and especially those who focus on healing or support, because clerics can do that. That's a big thing that clerics can do. They often take on a caretaker role, or a motherly role, or a fatherly role. You'll often see that a lot with people who pick up cleric. They often tend to be caretakers of some kind. They are often righteous and resolute, whether they're peacekeepers or holy warriors of some kind. Clerics usually have a strong sense of right and wrong. They're also mysterious in some ways, or awe-inspiring. As intermediaries between mortals and the divine, clerics can be enigmatic or inspiring. I mean, imagine you're an orphan who has been wandering the streets for the last 2 years, struggling to survive, had very little to eat, nobody cares about you, and then a cleric, bathed in yellow light, takes you by the hand and cleans your wounds and feeds you. This is now more than just a hero to you. This person has made a believer out of you, right? So think about it that way. No matter what kind of deity that you worship, imagine the effect your faith will have on the people around you. Because remember, Dungeons and Dragons is a multiplayer game. It's important that you are not pushing your religion in other people's faces, just like in real life. It's just very rude. But it's just something to consider gently as you are creating a character. What kind of faith do you have? How does that faith manifest itself in your character? Outside of the god you worship, does it manifest in the way you carry yourself? Perhaps the manner that you speak, or the way you treat others, And what would your god think of that? What would your deity think of your behaviors? Why should you play a cleric? You should play cleric if you enjoy versatile gameplay. Clerics can heal, buff, blast, tank. It's true. They're very versatile. They can wear heavy armor. They can wield heavy weapons. They can do a lot of things very, very well. They are honestly very reliable tanks. A lot of people think of cleric and they think of a healer. That's not completely true. They do healing, and they do healing very well. But they can heal in full plate mail, which means that they can also take hits if they need to. So definitely something to consider, what kind of cleric you'd be. If you like playing a leader type or an anchor, whether through healing or divine authority, clerics often hold the party together in some way. That makes sense, right? They are beings of faith and hope. Regardless of what you believe, you have to have a little bit of hope in the deity that you worship at the end of the day, right? You have to believe that whatever you stand for means something, and people are inspired by that, whether you mean them to be or not. But also, when you clean and heal the wounds of somebody who's dying, they respect that a lot, Hardest part for cleric characters IMO is figuring out why a cleric goes out being an adventurer. Yeah, I feel the same way when people want to roll a furbolg. I'm like, no. They don't want to be they just want to be in their fort. Leave them alone. Don't play him. Because clerics can heal, cure illnesses, create food and water. Yeah, it used to be that back in the day, people would create or play clerics in order to kind of spread the faith. If you were a paladin of Tyr or a paladin of Shar, that was your whole existence, and you talked about them all the time. But times have changed a lot, and as people's tables have changed and the hobby has grown, that is starting to be realized as being a very annoying quality of clerics and paladins. So people have different ways of communicating now. Yeah. I played a cleric once. My reason was I was hired by my team to help out because money. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, sis. Sometimes their deity has a task for them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes they're on a legendary mission to reclaim an artifact of their god, or sometimes they're out there to smite the ruin of their opposing deity upon the mountainside. I don't know, it just depends, right? Sometimes they're there to enact justice for the lost or the fallen. It just depends. Like I said, they're very varied. If you want to explore divine lore and purpose, your cleric's relationship with deity or divine domain can deeply shape the story. This is very true. If you want to appreciate meaningful choices, cleric subclasses, which are called the cleric domains, allow you to customize your role from a warbringer to a peacekeeper. You can build anything, like I said. As many as there are humans, there are gods. So they can be basically anything. But in my personal opinion, the core of the cleric class still remains as you're a creature of faith, purpose, and devotion. Touching on the fact, if you want to explore divine lore and purpose, your cleric's relationship with the deity or divine domain can deeply shape the story. Gods, at least when we're talking about the Forgotten Realms, which is the canon Dungeons and Dragons lore for their world, that you don't have to follow if you don't want to, but... Oh, thanks for the first time chat, Zenith Norica. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for considering joining the Discord as well. It's nice to meet you. But yeah, because their lore is tied to their god, gods have always had complicated relationships with mortals. There are times in the canon world where gods have mated with humans, and that caused a lot of problems. There were times where gods were stripped of their powers and forced to walk among mortals, and that caused a lot of problems. So you just being a cleric is already, in your storyteller's mind, creating a number of different scenarios that will surround your deity and therefore you. So that's something to think about if you decide to create a cleric. He's also a little reluctant to get attached because he expects to leave them to their tasks someday. Oh wait, did I miss something? That's more paladin to me though, humming. Wait, what? Mine thinks the rest of the party are the chosen ones. Oh, I see. Cleric be like, holy magic, go brrr. There's also kind of a strange dynamic with cleric and paladins though. Yeah, there is. I totally agree. But we'll get into that later. We're just covering the broad strokes of the class. Let's talk about how to serve druid. Now, our little druid, I don't think she's here today, and if she is, she's lurking. So we all know a druid, don't we? Keto is rebranding as a little druid. So let's learn a little bit about our friend Keto. Let's see what Keto is like. Let's see if this matches up to our perception of Keto, okay? Dungeons and Dragons druid is a mystical spellcaster deeply attuned to nature and the elemental forces of the world. Their personality often reflects the wild and ancient powers they serve. Their common traits include: they are calm and wise. Druids often exude a serene, almost otherworldly presence shaped by years of their communion with nature. So yeah, they have a very serene, kind of strange way of thinking because of all their time spent in the natural world. They have more experience with understanding the way of the trees and the animals that live in the forests than any of us. And so a lot of our normal customs may confuse or annoy them, right? Because everything that they are is about the natural order in nature, right? Aloof or mysterious, many druids feel detached from civilization's concerns, seeing the bigger picture of life, death, and balance. Yes, aloof and mysterious. I would agree. I think Kato is pretty mysterious. I don't know about aloof. She's pretty friendly and very sweet, but definitely mysterious. But also, that's because I think druids are meant to be neutral. They see like it says, the bigger picture of life, death, and the balance. The balance is very important to druids. Preserving the balance is the most important thing to all of druid kind. They are often very neutral mediators, often not really taking one side or the other, and always siding with nature, which isn't a bad thing. Somebody needs to be an advocate for the leaves. They are fiercely protective of nature, of course. Whether they're peaceful guardians or wrathful avengers, druids defend the natural world with intensity. Exactly. So when you're making a druid character, something to consider is how you want your devotion to nature to present itself. Are you angry at civilization? Do you wish to understand it? Either way, make sure that when you're making a druid that you understand fundamentally the harmony of nature and the importance of the natural world. You're not just a character that can do nature-related spells and talk to animals. It's so much deeper than that. There's a reason for those things. And bringing that to the table when you're creating your first character as a druid is so important because it's going to come up. They are independent and self-sufficient, obviously. They know how to survive in very harsh conditions. They're accustomed to living in the wild, so druids are adaptable, resourceful, and comfortable in solitude. I think we can agree that our beautiful Uhara Koyuki, our druid, is independent and self-sufficient since she can forage and create poultices by hand. I hope that you guys were there to see that stream. That was froggin' sick, and I've never seen anybody make an actual potion before. That was crazy. I can't wait to see how her little poultice is gonna turn out. I didn't know that you had to okay. when Keta was making what does she call it? What's a banana also called? A banana. Hi, Night. You can't come up here. Mommy's working. Anyway, she made this poultice that was supposed to help with itchy spots and bumps, and she used this oil and these leaves mixed up, and she's gonna leave it there for months to what is she called? Simmer it or stew it or something, and then it becomes really powerful. I don't know. That's just sick as fuck. I just think that's really neat. So yeah, I could absolutely say that Keta was very independent, self-sufficient, and she's very comfortable being on her own. I mean, how many times has she told me that I can't live with her even though we're roommates? That's crazy. We're roommates. I have to live with you. Where do you want me to live? That's crazy. Anyways, they are spiritual and primal. Their magic often comes from instinct and feeling. So instead of studying like a wizard, they have this wild, mystical edge to them. I don't know if I totally agree with what I said here. I feel like there was still learning, if maybe not book learning. Do you know what I mean? They still studied something, but it wasn't like book study, you know? Anyway, point is, wisdom, as you can imagine, is going to be their best score because their magic comes from their senses and their intuitions and their innate primal experiences, which is what wisdom is all about. Now, why would you play a druid? You should play a druid if you love nature and shapeshifting. That's one of the powers that druids can do. They can cast nature-related spells, they can heal, and they can shapeshift into animals that they've encountered and studied. And that's how they defend themselves and nature. Druids can transform into animals, become wolves, bears, birds, or even dinosaurs. Very true. Very, very true. Hey, welcome back, Sparrow. If you want to have... Oopsie. Oops. Uno momento. I'm so bad at this. Dinosaur, yeah. So there is a dinosaur beast in Dungeons and Dragons that you can shapeshift into, which is pretty sick. Pretty sick. Anyway, so druids are powerful spellcasters, scouts, healers, and surprisingly strong in combat. If you ever... Oh my god, look who it is! It's her! she's here, the druid herself. She's serving mad druid con. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Uhada_Koyuki.
We've
Congregations,
got a couple of
sweatheart.
druids here, I see.
Yes, we do. I guess, is Ellie a druid?
Well,
She's a
is
dryad.
a dryad a druid?
She loves druids, but I think that she's just a dryad. I think she plays... Doesn't she play something else? I don't know. I don't think so. She'll have to tell us. Anyway, hi!
Maybe a dryad is a druid. Maybe
We're
that's-
literally talking about you. We're literally talking about you. I was telling Chad, I was like, look at this, druids are wannabe dryads. Oh no, she's here to start war. She's here to start war. I was like, do you guys think that this suits Keto's like whole theming and brand? Is she independent, self-sufficient? Is she spiritual, primal, protective of nature? Is she mysterious? Hi! Yes. I know you're busy tonight, so I hope you have a wonderful evening. I'm so happy. Can we get a shout out for Uhada Koyuki? Have we already done that? Peace. Thank you. If you haven't already, please consider following great friend of the channel, one of my besties, Uhada Koyuki, Uhada_Koyuki at twitch.tv. That's last name, first name. She is an actual real life professional druid, and yesterday she was making frog and potions on her channel. That's crazy and wild. And now we're talking about her. We're always talking about her, always, forever. A shout out to whichever mod got the right name. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you very much. She's incredible. She does IRL druidcraft stuff. She is a fantastic artist. Also my model mama. Thank you for that. Thank you for being so talented and wonderful at everything you do. She's also really, really talented in the singing department. I just love her. Just overall, just follow her if you haven't. If you don't follow her by now, y'all, come on now, y'all. Anyway. They are drawn to balance and natural order. They often serve ideals larger than gods, like the balance between life and death or the cycle of seasons. Yes. So oftentimes druids will worship deities, but usually the deities will have to do with their specific interest in nature. So if it's a god of, if it's the Oak Father, for example, Sylvanus, the Oak Father, that is a god that works with their interests. So bam, a lot of people who play druids will also worship Sylvanus. But the difference between a druid and a cleric is their faith doesn't surround Sylvanus, it surrounds nature, just nature itself. But yeah, if you want to play a magical character with primal, ancient vibes, a druid has magic that feels raw and elemental and wild. They're a force of nature more than a being of high intellect or faith. So they're kind of fun to play. All right, now it's time to talk about how to serve fighter. Sparrow, do you want to go into this one? I know that this is a personal fave of yours. So I'd love to hear you kind of get into fighter. Can you read my slides and tell the good people about your experience with fighter?
Yes, sure, I can do that. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm just kind of glancing over the slide. This is the first time I've seen the slide. Yeah, I mean, yeah, to read the text, fighter is the master of martial combat, disciplined, tactical, and highly versatile. Unlike spellcasters or mystical classes, a fighter relies on skill, grit, and precision. Their personality can vary wildly, but often includes pragmatic and focused. Fighters tend to be grounded individuals, confident in their physical abilities and strategic thinking. Disciplined and driven, whether trained in an army or self-taught, fighters often have a code, a goal, or a craft they've honed relentlessly. Blunt and action-orientated, many fighters value results over philosophy, That's one of those trip-up words for me. And believe in solving problems head-on. Reliable and steadfast. Often the backbone of a group, fighters are dependable in and out of combat. They're proud of their skills. While not flashy like mages, fighters take pride in their hard-earned prowess and may have a chip on their shoulder about it. They want to master weapons and tactics. They're the best at using martial weapons and armor with unparalleled flexibility in combat style. Like straightforward but potent gameplay, you can be devastating in battle without juggling complex spells or mechanics. They crave variety and customization with a wide range of subclasses like Battle Master, Champion, or Eldritch Knight. You can build a Duelist, Archer, Mage Slayer, or anything in between. They prefer being adaptable. Fighters can pivot between offense, defense, control, and support based on gear and subclass. Enjoy playing a seasoned warrior, whether a hardened veteran, rising gladiator, or disgraced knight. Fighters fit countless archetypes. They are the backbone, one of the backbones of one of the backbones of D&D. Like, and any party needs a good fighter, you know? So I mean, a barbarian could maybe fill the role, but fighters are just your standard, your knight. You know, you think of any kind of fantasy adventure, there's always some knight in full plate with a cape and a sword, as you can see on the screen, who's out to slay dragons. All of the real world myth tales. You know, you've got, I mean, sure, a knight in armor going off to slay a dragon is a very European tale, but there's parallels throughout other cultures where, you know, the hero of these tales off to slay some ancient beast is a skilled fighter able to use multiple different types of weapons. A proud warrior.
Do you have any fighters in mind that
I mean,
you really liked playing? Can you tell us any tales about a cool fighter, perchance?
I can tell tales of cool fighters, yeah. I mean, you're obviously, I think you're leading me to the fabled Bomani, I
don't
imagine,
know
right?
what you mean.
Yeah, so one of the subclasses of fighter that is my personal favorite, and definitely a bias as to why I love fighter as a class, is the Battle Master. Now, you have the subclass, you have the champion subclass that is very much focused on the combat itself and excelling at swinging swords. You know, the champion can, in most combat situations, reign victorious and overcome everything through skill and force of combat. But a battle master is much more tactical. Where a champion might be the rank and file soldier, or like the kind of combat hero, battle master is the general, the tactician, and battle master gets a lot of what are they called? They get a resource of skills that has a name that I have forgotten, despite knowing. What are they called again?
Maneuvers.
Maneuvers, that's the word. Thank you very much. So they have a range of maneuvers that when you pick Battlemaster, when you at level 3 of a fighter, you get to choose your subclass. And if you choose Battlemaster, you get to pick a selection of maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
And these maneuvers can be things like disarming your opponent. They could be things like feint, which is like a swordplay technique where how do I describe feinting? It's a swordplay technique. You can trip up your opponent, but there's also things that can assist allies in a way. Like one of my favorite maneuvers is that you command another ally to attack on your turn. So you can, it can be as simple as shouting to the archer, hit this guy in the back as you're dueling a goblin. You use it's very tactical, and that's fun because wizards throw out a lot of spells that can be used in many different ways, and there's a lot of room for your imagination to flow through the creativity of how do I use these building blocks of this class to create and do cool things. And sometimes you can think that fighter is like, oh, I just hit things with my sword and that's who I am, but a battle master is more than that. So one of my favorite characters that I ever played as was Bomani, a centaur. My GM at the time was kind enough to let me play as a centaur.
In chat? Any GMs?
My GM was kind enough to let me play as a centaur that at the time didn't have stats or like an in-book thing. It was very much a homebrewed
homebrew, for anybody who's new, means something that doesn't exist in the main Dungeons and Dragons books. It's something that people outside of Wizards of the Coast / Dungeons and Dragons have created to kind of input to their own worlds to play with.
So yeah, I played as a centaur with a lance. He was a battle master, a tactician, very much like shouting orders. And when you play characters like that, they can either purposefully or accidentally end up becoming leaders, the leader of the party. And I think like every party needs some kind of leader figure. It can get very... I mean, opinions can change on this. I guess it depends on the group that you are playing with, but quite often I find that there needs to be someone to give some kind of order, or someone with the plan, Someone has a plan that needs to be followed, and battle masters can sometimes, due to the nature of being tacticians, fall into that role of leading the party or coming up with the plans. And Bomani was definitely that character. Not intentionally, but it did kind of reach
you're
a point.
A leader in and of yourself, honestly, Sparrow. You're usually the guy who steps up and goes, right, here's what we're doing, lads. In a group of like shy nerds where nobody's like sure who wants to act first, you're always like, right, well, here's what I'm gonna do, and then everybody just kind of follows you.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think I necessarily wouldn't call myself a leader because of that. I think it's more that just because I love strategy, anything related to tactics or tactic puzzles, strategy puzzles.
Yes, you do. Just like me.
Enjoy that stuff. I love that stuff. Yes, just like
love it. Don't find anything boring about Into the Breach or whatever it's called.
That's
it's my favorite
April Fool's
game.
Callback. So like I wouldn't necessarily think that a leader per se. I just usually come up with the best plan on how to do things, and I
wouldn't call myself a leader. However, I'm right, and I'm really good at being right. So it's up to you. Like, do you also want to be right? Then you should probably come with me.
Yeah, but in a more humble way.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. So tell them a story. Tell them a story.
God, which story? There's so many stories about Bomani.
You know which story.
So an example of how you could use the maneuvers in a scenario is there was once a hostage situation that Bomani quite valiantly resolved through the use of a Battlemaster maneuver. Bomani arrived at the scene of this hostage scenario quite late. The party was split up, and a farm on the outskirts of a village that we were staying at was attacked by bandits, and for one reason or another, I do know the reason, but that's a long story. So the farm was being, burned down, and Bomani arrived late to this scene and saw that one of the bandits had I think it was the son of the farmer, a small child, maybe 8 or 9, was being held by one of the bandits with a knife to their neck. And this was one of the last bandits that was alive at this point. So they were desperate. They were desperate. And Bomani arrived at this scene, saw what was going on, and using one of my favorite battle master maneuvers that lets an ally that can see or hear you. Let me see if I can find out exactly what the maneuver is called, and read out the rules. Yes, Commander's Strike.
Yeah.
When you take the attack action on your turn, you can forego one of your attacks and use a bonus action to direct one of your companions to strike. When you do so, choose a friendly creature who can see or hear you and expend 1 superiority die, which is, you have a number of d8s, a number of 8-sided die that are considered your superiority die, and those are die that you spend as a resource to use these maneuvers. And so the creature that you choose can immediately use its reaction to make 1 weapon attack, adding the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. So they add 1d8 to that damage roll that they make. So Bomani arrives at the scene, points to the child hostage, and through the use of Commander's Strike, just shouts, "Kick him in the dick." And now, I don't want to go through the exact personation, but my inspiration, I'm definitely someone who, as a player, likes to put on accents for my characters. I absolutely get in character, but my inspiration for the vocals of Bomani was someone called Brian Blessed, who I imagine any Brit would know who Brian Blessed is. If you don't know who Brian Blessed is, look him up. He's fantastic.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the villain in Flash Gordon, I believe he was. He's also a character in Blackadder show. Anyway, so Brian Blessed was so in a very Brian Blessed-esque vocals, and shouted, "Kick him in the dick." And the hostage was an ally that could see and hear me, so they made an attack that added d8 to their attack. Now, it was an unarmed kick, like a back kick with the heel, and so it was only like a d4 plus a d8, but thankfully they crit, so it was 2d4 plus a d8, and I believe it was the bandit leader. Yes, Dryad knows because she was the GM of this game. I believe they rolled, not only did they crit, but they rolled high on all of their dice. So it was plus 2d8 because crits double superiority dice. Yes. So, because crits double all the dice that you roll. So, yeah, so it was 2d4 plus 2d8, and they rolled really high and ended up dealing with a back kick to this bandit who was desperate and broken and already beaten up. It was 26 damage or something ridiculous for a kick.
That's a lot of damage.
Hold on. What do you think
That's a lot of
fighter
damage.
Class in the fighter class, the quintessential embodiment of human persistence and simplicity. They're like a well-sharpened stick, straightforward, blunt, and effective. While other classes fiddle with spells and tricks, fighters just charge in and hit things until they stop moving. It's almost admirable how they don't get lost in the complexities that befuddle the human mind. A true display of brute force over brain power.
Beautiful. See, he knew what I meant, Argus. Okay.
Marvelous.
So remember, we're talking to beginners here. So 2d8. What does that mean, chat? It means 2 of the d8 dice. So you take 2 dice that are of the d8 variety and you roll them. Okay? And that's just the crit damage. We actually haven't talked about crits yet. So let's talk about crits. I forgot to put that in my slideshow. I was out of
Actually,
time.
yeah, crits is a very important thing to talk about right now, because one of the features of Champion, the Champion subclass of fighter, is that they can perform crits easier than other classes as well. So that's like
for all my beginners out here, I want to let you know what a crit is. So you know how we talked about the D20 being the most important dice in Dungeons and Dragons, and we know why. You roll it for everything. Wow. When you roll your D20 and you roll either a 1 on the dice, which is the lowest number you can get, or the highest number you can get, which is a 20, they are considered what we call a critical failure as a 1, or a critical success, which is a 20. So what he's describing is he told a child to kick him in the dick, rolled a natural 20, which means it was a 20 without adding any of his extra skills or proficiencies that we talked about earlier to it. It was just a 20, which means he immediately succeeds at whatever he's trying to do. And because it's so hard to roll a 20 on a dice, because it's a big deal, it's called a natural 20. It means that not only do you succeed at the task that you're trying to do, whatever it is, but you succeed with flair, and usually has extra effects. In Bomani's case, he got to roll 2 extra of the D8 dice. So that added a lot of extra damage to the kid's ball splitting technique. Probability context, a nat 20 has a 5% chance of happening per D20. Yeah, so he had a 5% chance to critical hit this dude's balls, and he nailed it. So that's pretty big. And a critical failure means that you don't succeed. You automatically fail whatever you were trying to do, and you fail with flair. It's usually very funny, but it can be catastrophic, devastating, or, in some cases, if, for example, you're rolling a dice to determine if you stay alive, because that's the thing. Oh, that's what I should have included on death saving throws. I should have included that on the slide as well. Anyway, that's for next time. Death saving throws.
Fun enough, the very first D&D game I ever played in my life, it was the very first combat. We just got ambushed by a couple of goblins on a bridge. It wasn't, I know whenever experienced D&D players hear about a goblin ambush, they think it might be the Mines of Phandelver, but it was not the Mines of Phandelver.
I love the Mines of Phandelver, and I will die on this hill! D&D!
So, very first game of D&D, very first combat, and the very first roll of combat, the barbarian of the party walked up to a goblin and tried to swing with his great axe, and the very first roll was a nat 1.
Yikes.
And how that manifested was him swinging his axe, and the axe slipping out of his hand, and he basically just chucked his axe off the bridge into the river.
Yikes. Yeah, see, that's a great example. So, as he mentioned, not only did he fail the roll that he tried to do, he failed with flair, and it added an extra complication to the roll. So it adds a little touch of danger and a sense, it's usually a communal sense of failure when somebody rolls a 1, right? Pretty funny. Anyway, thank you so much.
It is also worth noting rather, that not only players can critical succeed or critical fail. Sometimes your opponents can frog things up in the most spectacular of ways. Or sometimes an enemy that you maybe are underestimating can roll a critical hit, and then just beheads one of your party.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. I mean, especially since you're starting adventures, if you have a bow and you're like trying to shoot by one of your fellow adventurers, your DM might be like, okay, roll damage, even though you missed. And you might give them a look like, uh-oh, and you roll damage and it ends up hitting a friend. I don't know. It could happen. The point is, it's fun. It's fun to fail and it's fun to succeed. And Dungeons and Dragons did that very well. I once ran a session where all of my NPCs kept rolling ones, and after the fourth nat one in a row, they just dropped their weapons and surrendered. That's so weird that happens to you, Argus. I truly think you're cursed. I truly believe that you are hexed somehow. Okay, so that's how to serve fighter. Who's next? How to serve monk cunt. The Dungeons and Dragons monk is a disciplined warrior who channels spiritual energy, also known as ki, through rigorous training of body and mind. Monks are swift, precise, and deadly, masters of unarmed combat, agility, and inner balance. Their personality often includes disciplined and introspective. Monks usually live by a strict code, whether philosophical, spiritual, or martial, and strive for inner perfection. Think about Buddhist monks. Think about how they interact with the world, how they see the world, and that's kind of how monks are. They're minimalist and self-reliant. Again, going back to Buddhist monks, they don't require a lot of possessions, and they rely only on themselves. They can do that. They carry little, they need little, and depend on their body and willpower over weapons and wealth. Yes. Calm but deadly. Monks are often serene and controlled until they strike with lightning speed and brutal efficiency. Think about Aang from The Last Airbender. He is absolutely considered a monk. They're also considered philosophical or aloof. Some monks see the world through the lens of spiritual truth, detachment, or enlightenment, which can make them seem mysterious or wise beyond their years. So just like Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender, he wasn't very aloof, but definitely philosophical, I would argue, at least as time went on. He definitely started to see the lens through spiritual truth, and because he had the spirit carried on from generations of the same being before him, he's absolutely, wise beyond his years. Swift and focused. Their personalities often reflect their combat style: direct, fast, and efficient. I think that, once again, this is just kind of like broad strokes of the class. But remember, monks are patient, kind, understanding. They don't have to be. They can be brutal, they can be swift, but I would argue that they are always pretty efficient. Why should you play a monk? If you love kind of speed and mobility, so being able to move incredibly fast, zip around the battlefield, scale walls, dodge, strike enemies quickly, all that stuff is stuff that you can do as a monk. Monks get a stupid amount of attacks per turn using their key points, which is what we discussed earlier, is kind of like their power source for their abilities. So if you are a fan of going, I attack again, and just kind of keeping the good times rolling, you can do that. If you want to be a martial arts master, if you just like Jackie Chan or old kung fu movies and you want to create a character that kind of impersonates or embodies those concepts, you can do that. You can punch, kick, stun, disarm. Sky's the limit, kid. If you enjoy more tactical or hit and run gameplay, things like flurry of blows, step of the wind, stunning strike, those are all abilities that monks get to do. They don't have armor, and they don't have a ton of HP. They rely on their agility or their dexterity. Remember from earlier how we talked about ability scores? They rely on that stat to get them in and out of trouble. So they are great class for hitting a bunch and then disengaging from their enemy, which again is different than just walking away from them. We talked about that too. And letting a fighter, for example, take the heat while they kind of re-engage, if you will. But yeah, it's really fun to be creative with monks. If you're drawn,
If you want to,
oh, go ahead.
if you want to play, like, monks are the certified martial arts classes. You know, if you want to play Jet Li, Jackie Chan, you know, that's you play monk.
Yes, precisely.
There is even a drunken style, I believe, isn't there?
Yes. I think it's one of the newer ones. I'm not really up to date on all the subclasses. I know the Sun Soul is one of them. And I know Way of the Shadow is one of them. So every something that we should also talk about. I was gonna go into it later, but I'll go into it now. Oh, that nut is losing it for some reason. What's his problem? Anyway, they have something called like ways. Why is he losing it? Nut, what are you doing? What are you yapping at? There are no girls in bikinis outside. He was yearning for the women outside our window earlier. Anyway, point is, all classes have subclasses, which means, let's say you're a bard, okay? Like me. I consider myself a lore bard. Lore is the college that I graduated from. I am, the bard subclasses are called bard colleges. So I am the College of Lore bard class. It basically just gives you additional options for customization. Think about it as kind of like focusing your lens a little bit. So not only are you a monk, but you're this special kind of monk who does this special kind of monk things. So your type of monk will be absolutely different from somebody else's, not just through your character design or even your statistics. It's also based on the way that you want to play or the way that you assign your skills or abilities, or even, funny enough, something called your way. Which is like the way of the Sun Soul or the way of the Shadow. For example, those two monks are very different. You know, Shadow and Light, two totally opposite things. If you want to play something that has kind of a unique mystical flavor, monks are physical warriors, but their abilities feel magical, from deflecting arrows to stopping time. Pretty cool. Pretty poggies. You have all kinds of options there.
Also, a little touch on subclasses in general. Like, when you are choosing a class to play as, you're not going to be playing as a character alone. You're going to be playing as one of a party of other characters. And generally, when you're making a character, you are making a character at the same time as your fellow party members. And you might think, oh, well, my mate James is playing a monk. He's going to play a monk. I don't want to also play a monk. I like the look of monk, but do we play as two monks in the party? I don't know. You should never be dissuaded from playing the same class as someone else in the party, because the subclasses can change the identity of the character enough that it can play almost completely differently. So, you know, if someone else in your party is playing as a monk, you can still play a monk and play as a different subclass and be a completely different character.
Yeah, essentially, monks use the rounds to their advantage because they have so many attacks and key points. You can use them in a round as many times as you have key points. So a lot of people like to just, like, round one, unleash 5 flurry of blows in one go, which is wild. Which is wild. You know? It's a lot. Anyways, let's talk about how to serve Paladin. Monks can't stop time. This is true. This is accurate information. So peek behind the curtain, chat. I ran out of time writing some of these, so I may have had a little assistance, which is why, as I'm reading this, I'm kind of trying to add my own spin to it, so that it still kind of gives us something to talk about, and it's something that I can kind of make my own, if you will. But anyway, for the most part, I agree with what's being said here. I don't know why we're getting the time stop monks, but I mean, to be fair, they can attack like 45 times a turn, which, if that's not time stopping, do you know what I mean? Anyway, Dungeons and Dragons Paladins. Let's talk about them. They are divine warriors, bound by sacred oaths, channeling holy power to smite evil, heal the innocent, and uphold a personal code. Paladins are the embodiment of righteousness and unwavering commitment. Now, Dee Dee mentioned something earlier that I think is a really good point that I think that we should talk about, which is the difference / problem, or not problem, the what is it called? The Venn diagram of paladins versus clerics. See, long ago, back in the old days, back in the dark ages, paladins were required to also be religious. So you have two religious, heavy armor and heavy weapon wielding types that both had very similar traits. So here comes 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons, which did try to simplify things and streamline things a lot better. And what they did was they kind of changed the way that Paladin works in a way that I really, really love and respect. And that is, they took away their need to worship a deity, and they the time stop monk is just a level 3 monk with 17 levels in Arcana. Yeah, 100%. 20 attacks per round? No problem, boss. No problem. Do not mine. It's a common trope in wuxia movies that monks can stop time, so I think it's pulled from that. Oh, I wonder. Ooh. You know, it is kind of funny how there isn't like they probably couldn't put a time stop ability in it because that would be like too OP. Maybe. Anyway.
Well, wizards have a pretty high level spell that stops time, so that I don't think it's more so just not wanting to take away that pre-existing time stop ability from wizards.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, so there was a crossover there between paladins and clerics where they were both religious powerhouses that were very scary and hyper-religious. And on top of that, paladins were also required to be lawful good. Alignment was a whole different system that we're not going to cut into today because, again, this is like broad strokes. This is me kind of giving you an example of what the classes are, what they kind of look like, and to inspire you to make your own characters. So now that we're talking about paladins, 5th edition found a way to iron out some of the kinks there and give paladins more of a unique identity. They created a lot of spells around things called smite. And if you don't know what smite is, or you've never heard of that, the best way to explain that is spicy weapon and element combo. How does your righteousness appear? And how much damage does that do? They basically made paladins a guardian of their purpose and of their oath, whatever that is. Their oath is no longer to a god. It can be to their king. It can be to a concept. It can even be to nature. So that also creates like a weird combo between druids and clerics and paladins. See, at some point, this is where things get a little muddy because at the end of the day, you can really make whatever character you want, but we're not going to get into that. We're just doing broad strokes. So, paladins. What are they like usually? They are honorable and resolute. Paladins live by their oaths, so they hold themselves to a higher moral or ethical standard than others. It's very true. They are the kind of people who, think about Samara from Mass Effect 2, and you have a paladin right there. Somebody who is unwavering in their commitment to the oath that they uphold. And they will do anything that it takes to uphold that oath. They have a very often, but not required, black and white view of issues, because in their mind, sometimes that's how it has to be, because somebody has to judge. They believe that they are the judges in a lot of cases. But they're also inspiring and charismatic. How can you not be awestruck by somebody who is so empowered by their beliefs and so, like, powerful? There's no God backing up this being of great strength. It is just their will and desire to drive their particular oath into their path, into every path that they cross. And that's fucking crazy. As it says here, sheer force of will, they lead by example and rally others to their cause. People are inspired by people with strong, firm beliefs. That's why so many people are indoctrinated into cults. Not saying that people who make paladins are interested in cults or that paladins are in cults, but I mean, it's a very charismatic thing, you know? Paladins are typically the good guys, so nothing you have to worry about, but not always. They can be judgmental or idealistic. Some paladins can be rigid in their beliefs, seeing the world in black and white, pretty much like I said, while others struggle with the gray areas. Yeah, so thinking about making a paladin, what you want to think of, just in general making a character is, how is this going to create a struggle for me? You don't want to build a character with the concept of how am I going to make the other players at my table struggle with me? You want to create your own inner struggles and your own inner battles that you and your storyteller, your dungeon master, go through together and try and answer and try and resolve. Being judgmental is... hi, twins! Probably Jazz. Howdy! Good to see you, darling. Welcome. Being judgmental isn't something that people like to do. They don't like to be called judgmental. They don't like to be thinking of themselves as judgmental. But there are people out there who are judgmental. I think we can all agree we've all met one person in our lives who is very judgmental or idealistic. Maybe not even in a negative sense, just in a way where they see the world as a certain way. And it is due to their stringent beliefs or experiences that they will not waver from that. And there's nothing that anyone can do or say that will change their mind. That's just the way it is, right? Protective and self-sacrificing. See, this is where we're getting to the good stuff. Paladins often put themselves, or put others before themselves, especially when lives or principles are at stake. We're talking the first person to run into a burning building if there is a single innocent life in there. We're talking about the person who will ride up alone to the big bad, no matter if it causes them their death or not. Just unquestioningly, unthinkingly doing the right thing, because that is their code. That is what keeps them on the moral right in their minds. Whenever the just are not brought, or whenever the unjust are not brought to justice, a paladin is there outside the courthouse. You can be sure of it. So be good. You never know who's watching. They are absolutely driven by purpose, whether the paladin that you're making is something like a crusader or a redeemer, somebody who gives people second chances, or even a vengeance seeker. Paladins will always have a mission that they feel is greater than themselves. So you can absolutely see where things could get a little religious or seedy for paladins, because a lot of these values that you're seeing here on the screen, the way that we're talking about paladins, a lot of those qualities are very similar in religious having individuals. A lot of the stories that we've heard on the news, or even in just modern day stories, people who have very strong faith or sense of self are often very deeply religious or tied to a religion. But paladins in this world, it is not required. Oftentimes, much like druids, they pair themselves with a deity who follows their same code of ethics or works within their path that they've set upon themselves. But if you've ever heard the quote, "My word is my oath," paladins uplift that. They never give their word if they feel like they can't back it up. They are absolutely beautiful, wonderful. I would say that I know a paladin in real life, and she is wonderful and awesome. And she is probably the best example of a paladin that I have in mind clearly. And I'm going to give you a description of this person. She is somebody who's very stubborn, extremely kind. She will actually and literally give you the clothes off her back. She's done it. Okay. But she can be very judgmental. She sees the world in a way, or she sees people in a way where she has expectations of them. And when they don't live up to that expectation, she often becomes very maternal, and not in a maternal, like, oh, I'm going to care about you kind of way, in a very like, you can do better and I'm going to inspire you to do better through my disappointment kind of way. When she gives her word, she's true to it. Thank you for the skeleton, Ebel. Thank you. It's your birthday this week. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, no. We gotta do a little dance really quick. Let's take a little dance break, everybody. Birthday party! You're taking right from a slime on the internet. Congratulations! You belong in our guild. Wow! Everybody, dance! Always fun. Always a good time. Thank you, Thaddeus, for interrupting my train of thought. But yeah, she's judgmental in the way that, like your older sister who doesn't like your boyfriend would be judgmental. Does that make sense? It's not in a way where she's like, you're doing the wrong thing and I'm going to force you to do the right thing. But she's very much like, it looks like I'm strumming it. Yes! That's what I want! I want it to look like I'm struggling it. Yeah, so I, it can't be triggered. I'll just turn notifications off. You know what I mean though? Like how she, like, could be like an older sister where she's like, honey, that guy's no good for you, and you know that. Yeah, I know, but I'm just stuck with him. Okay, well, I know you can do better, and I know that you're going to find a way to get through this, and I'm going to help you. Do you know what I mean? So, she has done so much for me in my life, just without question, without promise of reward. She is the best of the best. She also very much cares about following the rules, which is very, very funny to me, because she's also a very just person. She has a very strong sense of justice. So she acknowledges that there is wrong in the world, and injustice in the world, and she actively does everything she can to fight against it. But she also is not the type of person who will purposefully do things that would be against the law or illegal. She finds following the rules to be very important. So that's kind of an example of a paladin. See you later, Ebel! That's kind of an example of paladin, is you can be as hard or as soft as you want to be. I think that she is an excellent example of that, where she personifies the... Wow, he's still going. Hold on a minute. I think I got to turn him off myself.
Yeah, he might be broken.
Uno momento. There we go. Okay. No, I just turned off all of the redeems, so you guys might not be able to do any more sound redeems for now. Just while I'm going through it, if it's okay. Sorry. Anyway, you can be as hard as or soft as you want to when you're playing a paladin. Just remember that your purpose is, and your oath is the most important thing to you. And the way that you uphold that oath is up to you. Thinking about paladins, if you love the holy warrior fantasy, or being a divine champion, like both from a martial and magical sense, or smiting evil and shielding your allies from harm, Paladin's a good choice for you. If you want to be a frontline tank and kind of support, Paladins are great at soaking damage, but they can also heal, buff your allies, and smite their enemies. If I were going to choose a class for Argus that wasn't a Eldritch Knight, it would absolutely be a Paladin. Because think of one other person who is as dependable and completely committed to goodness and righteousness as this guy. And also the whole hammer thing. I mean, just put a smite on that bitch. Smite that bitch. Smite on that bitch. Was that a good joke? I don't know. Somebody tell me. Anyway, it's the people who want to be the Prince Charming, the pure of heart, the everlasting righteousness, the clear conscience types. That's a Paladin. So yeah. Knock to a smite on that thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. All right, who's next? How to serve Ranger. All right, so I am of the firm belief that Sparrow is a Ranger, and we're going to cover some of the qualities of Ranger, and you guys can tell me based on your experience with your father if you believe this or not. I feel like this is pretty accurate. Once again, I didn't write this. I can only make social commentary, but what I've read so far is pretty good. So, Dungeons & Dragons Ranger is a skilled survivalist and hunter who thrives on the edges of civilization, often acting as a guardian of the wilderness or a lone predator stalking prey. They blend martial prowess with nature-based magic and keen senses. Ranger personalities often include independent and self-sufficient. Rangers are used to relying on themselves in the wild. They're often quiet, capable, and wary of relying too much on others. Sparrow's extremely self-sufficient. And he's really good at taking care of me and the babies. It's great. Watchful and patient. With a hunter's mindset, Rangers are observant and strategic, striking with precision when the moment is right. We've already talked about his love of tactics and his precision in video games and stuff. So, I mean, I feel like that's hands down. Protective of nature and the balance. I mean, we're friends, how could he not be, right? Some Rangers are deeply connected to the land and its creatures, defending it against corruption and exploitation. They're also pragmatic and focused. They tend to see the world through a lens of survival and purpose, sometimes coming across as blunt or emotionally distant. Sometimes, but I find him to be extremely emotionally deep as well. But I don't think that you show that to everybody. So it makes me feel really special. Deeply loyal once trust is earned, while often solitary, Rangers form strong bonds with those who prove themselves. Play Ranger if you want to enjoy playing a scout, tracker, or wilderness expert. Rangers shine in exploration, survival, and navigating untamed terrain. If you like combining martial arts combat with subtle magic, you get access to lots of spells that can do healing, utility, or enhancing your combat edge. You also get a cool pet sometimes, which is kind of poggies. If you want to specialize in hunting specific enemies or prey, Rangers can do this thing called they choose favorite enemies, which give them special advantages or even damage against certain types of beasts or monstrosities or undead. Think of every hunter in every fantasy genre. Vampire Hunter D, he was a ranger, for example. Aragorn, he was a ranger. I mean, that's an easy one because he's literally called a ranger. But vampire hunters are considered rangers as well when you think about it. They have a specialized prey. They are survivalists at heart. The Witcher, I would even argue, is a ranger. I know a lot of people would fight me on that, but he knows magic. He's a survivalist at heart, and he's a hunter. Do you know what I mean? Aragorn is the ranger. He's the archetype. Exactly. For those of you, again, who are new to the hobby and don't know this, Dungeons & Dragons was literally inspired by Lord of the Rings. So if you like Lord of the Rings, it's definitely a good hobby to consider getting into. If you're drawn to animal companions or nature-themed abilities, certain subclasses let you bond with a beast or call upon primal forces. Yeah, pretty sick, right? There's a famous ranger who, I don't know if you've heard of him, Driz de Werden. He's the love of my life. I will marry him in a heartbeat. As soon as I find him in real life, I will put a ring on that fang. He has a wondrous artifact of a black panther that serves as his animal companion, named Guinevere or Guinevere. I don't know how Bob pronounces it, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Guinevere, because I think it's spelt in the traditional Welsh spelling, but I might be wrong. I don't know. I always called her Guinevere. But anyway, he has a big black panther that helps him fight. It's fucking sick. And he has a weapon, a scimitar in each of his hands called Icing Death. And what was the other one? Keening and Icing Death? Something like that. Anyway, it's fucking sick. But yeah. If you like strategic mobile combat with options like range sniping, ambush tactics, or hit and run melee, Rangers reward thoughtful play. Tell me what your thoughts on Ranger are, Mr. Sparrow, since you are one.
Yeah, I mean, like, from my experience with Ranger, magic with Ranger, just to touch on a brief convo in chat, like, Rangers can use magic, but it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? Superficial. The spells that they get are, like, extremely situational, and with the exception of one, it's a bit of a crutch of the class. The spells that Ranger get access to aren't really combat focused, or they're not amazing. They're not magic fighters. They're more just like, the magic is just like a tool that they can sometimes use to assist them. Hunter's Mark is a crutch to the class, unfortunately, but it is really good. Anyway, Rangers are just that's right, my mind's dropping blank. I think the coffee crash is hitting me.
Don't worry about it. I'll take over from here. You mute.
Apologies.
I got it. So, here's the thing. As you can see from the discourse in chat, there are people here who are very passionate about the hobby, and just like I mentioned before I started the slideshow, everybody has an opinion on how a class is, how they act, or like fictional characters and what they would be. It's all based on personal preference. As we all know, I'm the only correct source of information. So believe what you want. You can have your own theories, but honestly, consider everything I say as rule is written. Okay? Work. Anyway, no, like I said, everybody has differencing in opinions of who is like what, or what a class should be, or what a class is like. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. That just fuels to more creativity and more creative characters created in the hobby. There isn't a wrong way to play somebody. It creates better and more fond memories for everyone when you make somebody who is maybe against the norm, or maybe a little different than what people would expect. So don't enter the hobby of Dungeons and Dragons thinking that you have to play the same character every time if you really enjoy playing the Ranger. You absolutely don't. Or you can be like me and just play Esme Silverthorn, but as a different class every time, and there's nothing I can do to get away from it. I'm just so deeply myself. I just don't know how to be anyone else. Anyway, that's why we rebranded chat. That's why we're here to begin with. Point is, Rangers are cool. I think DD makes a good point where they have a little bit of identity crisis. Are they sneaky? Are they magic users? Are they more fightery? Like, what's their deal? The answer is yes, but no, 100%. So I don't want to get too into the issues that come with playing games like this, because there's a lot, and I feel like all of this will kind of color the hobby as being too complicated or too much drama to get involved in. But it's, you know, hobbyists have different ways of playing and different opinions about the hobby. You know, some woodworkers refuse to work with pine or spruce for that matter. Like, it's just something that happens with hobbies. So I'm just going to touch on this subject because it's specifically about rangers. Rangers have always had an identity crisis. They've always been able to kind of do a little bit of everything, but 5th edition made a grievous error when it came to rangers, specifically their subclass. See a word from earlier, a subclass? That's tightening the lens, right? So a subclass of ranger called the Beastmaster. Here's what happened. So rangers ordinarily would always have like an animal companion of some kind. It was kind of their shtick. They would do like they wanted to be Drizzt Do'Urden, that character that I talked about earlier, who had a scimitar and in each hand, and like a pet with them, you know, and you know, maybe the pet was taking aggro while you're shooting arrows, something like that, right? That Dungeons and Dragons, when they came to 5th edition, they kind of completely ruined that. And it was really painful because before I became Bard, I was really in love with, because before I started playing Dungeons and Dragons, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. And if you've ever played World of Warcraft and you've ever played the Hunter class, the Ranger is the closest thing to it. You get a bow and you get a pet. The pet engages in melee combat while you plink arrows from the sidelines and throw a couple of traps or effects down, and it's great. It's great fun. You have this bond with this animal and you create this cool backstory. Well, they fucked that up. And the way that they fucked that up is they went, yeah, you could totally have an animal companion, but it can't attack on your turn. So you have an animal companion and it's just kind of standing there waiting for you, and you have to choose between you taking the attack and the animal companion taking the attack on your turn. It's just really fucking stupid. Sorry, froggin' stupid. Because that should be the core of the Ranger's being, is their relationship with this animal, because it's literally their subclass to have a combination, like an attack combo with this pet. It was so unpopular and so hated by the community that they came out with what, or when I say they, I mean Wizards of the Coast came out with what's called an unearthed arcana, which basically is them going, hold on a minute, we've created this new concept and we're going to play test it before we print it in anything to see if people actually like it. It was them backtracking the Ranger because it was so reviled throughout the hobby. Ranger went from being one of the most popular classes to play to being the most ignored class to play. It was a complete nuke of the character's archetype and identity. It ruined Ranger. Ruined him. Completely ruined him. The Unearthed Arcana, the backtracking that Wizards of the Coast did, included the ability for a Ranger to use their pet to attack during their action as like a bonus action, I'm pretty sure. That came way later in a book called Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. It became canon. And then they came out with D&D 5.5 and revisited the original rules for Ranger, and that kind of fucks me up, because why did you create a masterpiece like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which made everything fucking better, to be honest with you, and then go, oh, you know, fuck that, we're just gonna go back. It's fine, doesn't matter. Okay? Chill. And for those of you in chat who may be going, oh yeah, it's because it's multiple attacks per round. Let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a fucking question really quick, chat. So if you have a weapon in each hand, right? And you have the 2-weapon fighting feat, can you not attack twice in one fucking turn? Already? Oh yeah, but what if you're a Ranger and you have a weapon in each hand and your animal companion? Then guess what, motherfucker? You attack thrice in one fucking turn. That's what happens. Okay? That's all. That's what happens. You know why? Because that's their fucking class. That is how their class works. And you're gonna sit there and tell me that the jaws of a fucking parrot are gonna do more damage than a spell of the same level in a wizard's repertoire. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't even need the feat. 2-weapon fighting is the baseline. Exactly. Okay, Larky, I love you. So, here's the thing. For all my newbies out there who only got the gist of what I'm saying and are just really entertained by my anger, what happened was they took a class whose identity surrounds surviving in nature and relying on your animal partner to help you survive out here. The fundamental difference between rangers and druids is druids consider themselves a part of nature and rangers consider themselves a part of nature. So apart from nature, rather. So whereas druids understand fundamentally that they are also an animal and they want nature to be intact and the balance to be intact, and their entire existence is about living in nature's world and allowing nature to just be. Rangers go, no, I am a person. I'm a person and nature wants to fucking kill me and kill everybody in this small village, and I need to do whatever I can to help these people weather the storm. There's a fundamental difference there, and the way they do that is they adapt from their surroundings into their entire class. So those spells that we're talking about, their fighting skills and abilities and stuff like that, all of that is based on the concept of survival. And their whole shtick was that they have a little buddy that walks around with them and kind of almost breaches that bridge of separation between them and nature. They always have a piece of nature with them. It's always the reminder, right, that they are fundamentally still people who adore nature and want it to thrive, but they are not like druids, right? But their animal, their little dog or little cat, do you know what I mean, is constantly there to remind them of that. And their companion makes the greatest sacrifice of all. Their animal companion goes, I am an animal, but you're my friend, and I'm going to sacrifice a normal life for you. And then Wizards of the Coast goes, so what they're actually going to do is stand next to you and take notes. Also, the monk gets 45 hits a turn. Huh? Y'all fixed it, and then y'all took it away. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? And I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you for what you did to lore bards in 5.5. You fucking hear me? I will never let you forget what you did to me. You look me in the eyes. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to come down my street. I got plans for your ass. Anyway, that's the ranger. It's really fun to play as. I would consider utilizing the ranger that is fixed. You know, from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Use that ranger, okay? If anybody says, oh, you're making a ranger, what version of ranger? It's Tasha's. You will always say Tasha's. If you say anything but Tasha's, I will find you. Do you understand me? Next slide, please. Let's talk about rogues for a minute. How do you serve rogue? Okay. Dungeons & Dragons rogue is a cunning and agile expert in stealth, deception, and precision. Masters of outmaneuvering their enemies and exploiting weaknesses. Rogues thrive on cleverness and control. Their personalities are witty and sharp-tongued. Rogues tend to be quick with their words as well as their blades. They use their charm and their sarcasm as easily as their daggers. You serve rogue, invisible. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Rogues are also cautious and calculating. They think 3 steps ahead, looking for traps, literal and metaphorical, and they're always planning their next move, right? So, rogues used to have, back in the day, the only ability to They were the only class that had the ability to find traps or pick locks or pickpocket. And now any class can do it, and possibly even do it well if you're a bard, because we do everything well. But the way that they were able to let rogues kind of keep their identity is the unique way that they interact with their environment and the shadows, and their subclasses. You will have... Is my music over? Have we been yapping that long? It's almost been 4.5 hours. I've been yapping for 4.5 hours. This is nuts. Thank you for staying so long. Anyway, the way that they were able to keep their identity is essentially by letting them feel fun to play as, by giving them more speed, more fun stealth-related abilities, and more damage. Seriously, rogues are great at doing things like acrobatics and disarming traps and stealing things. They're still really good at those things. You still want a rogue to be responsible for those things at the end of the day. Their bread and butter, though, is how creative that they can be, how crafty they can be, and the differences of their subclasses. There are rogues that are rogue subclasses that are essentially rogue wizards. So these specialized groups of rogues have specific spells that help them with their thievery. There are rogues that they're like more like treasure hunters, you know what I mean? And they can take multiple actions in combat. Also, rogues have a really cool thing called Thieves' Cant, which is a special language that rogues speak to each other. It's pretty poggies, chat. Cutting action is legit the single most well-designed ability in Vanilla 5e, and it's wild to me that WotC didn't give each of their class their own version that encourage each class to double down on their class fantasy. Cutting action. I don't know if it's required. I think it's a great idea, but I don't think that the number of stuff that you can do per turn, this is personal opinion, the number of stuff that you can do per turn is going to make you more attached to, like, your class, per se. But that said, would I be angry if they gave me a cunning action? No. Wouldn't be angry at that at all. Wouldn't be angry at that at all. So, go off, Queen. Rogues are often charming or mysterious. I didn't read the one before that, but we'll get there. So they can be smooth-talking swindlers or brooding assassins. They often carry an air of intrigue or danger. So think Han Solo, he's absolutely a rogue. Morally gray or unpredictable. Many rogues walk the line between lawful and lawless. They're often guided by more personal codes than societal rules. Absolutely. They aren't necessarily just in it for themselves, but they place themselves pretty high. It's often, I find, when dealing with people who play rogues in the party, it's very difficult to kind of get a beat on moralistically where they are. But you can always put your money on, if anything is described as being valuable or expensive, they are going to swindle it. They're going to find a way to swindle it, and they're going to cause problems about it. So just be ready. Now, if you're hearing this and you're like, I want to be that guy, roll rogue. It's great. Why should you play a rogue? If you love precision and control in combat, so sneak attack. The damage that you get by hiding and then hitting a guy when he can't see you is fucking crazy. It's called sneak attack. It lets you deal devastating damage. And I'm talking, you're dropping a lot of dice. So this whole thing about the Rangers, you know, getting too many attacks and being too dangerous, it just adds fuel to the fucking fire. You know what I'm saying? It really does, because you have rogues out here stabbing people for 21 a pop. Just because they're hiding behind the slushy machine. That's all I have to fucking say. Anyway, if you want to roleplay a character that has secrets, or kind of edgy, maybe you're a noble spy or a street thief, maybe you're a contract killer. Assassins are a great one. You know, rogues thrive in those kind of scenarios. If you want to be a skill master, rogues are skill monkeys. They absolutely have a plus something in every single skill. Remember those skills that we talked about earlier? Athletics, acrobatics. Rogues are a jack of all trades in that way. Rogues and bards are very, very good skill monkeys. All of them have a way of accomplishing virtually any task. Both of them are roguish. Asterion, a great example. Yes, he is a rogue. Yep. 5.5 rogue is also real good because you can cast your sneak attack dice in to do cool stuff like trip and stuff instead of just chucking a bucket of dice at a mob. That is pretty sick. Yeah. Maybe they did that right. I don't know. See, here's the thing. Some of the classes they did good, you know? And some of the classes they did real fucking dirty. Okay? Some of them they did real fucking dirty, and I'm not ever gonna forget that. 5.5. I'm never gonna let you live that fucking down. Not until you fucking revise that shit like we talked about, okay? You revise that shit, and then it's not on site anymore. Then you don't have to catch this fucking smoke, okay? Anyway, they're really skilled. If you want to play a character that likes to outsmart enemies rather than just overpowering them, like combat isn't just about swinging your weapons, it's about being cunning and coy. Rogues are great for that. Another great example is if any of you enjoy Acquisitions Incorporated, which is the very first live Dungeons and Dragons game that was sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, aka Dungeons and Dragons, that stars the cast of Penny Arcade. It's a favorite of mine, so I suggested if you haven't already started it. But there's a character there by the name of Viari, and he plays a rogue, and he is the very definition of a rogue. And let me just say, rogue and bard, it's like, you know that predator handshake where there's two overly muscular men, you know, slapping hands together and their muscles are bulging. It's that picture, but one arm is bard and the other one is rogue. They kind of serve the same purpose, except bard is better. All right, what's next? Sorcerer! The magical girls of this world. Dungeons and Dragons Sorcerer is a spellcaster whose magic comes from within. It's natural. It is often chaotic. It's a chaotic force born from their bloodline, or maybe an accident, or it's innate talent. Sorcerers do not study magic, they are magic. Their personalities tend to be confident, charismatic. That sounds like Bebe to me. Many sorcerers have a magnetic presence, born of their raw, uncontrollable power and inner fire. They can be rebellious, free-spirited, absolutely Bebe. With magic that flows from their emotions or their instincts, sorcerers often defy structure, rules, and rigid thinking. So a mage college is no place for a sorcerer. They get bored very fast. They already know all that shit. Oh my god, Argus, look, it's me! Exactly. Impulsive and intense. Absolutely, Bebe. Their power can surge or explode unpredictably, and their personalities may reflect that volatility. Sometimes they can be isolated or misunderstood. Some sorcerers wrestle with being different. They can be haunted by power they didn't ask for and can't fully control. Imagine being God's favorite and not liking it. I can't relate, said Bebe. Driven by identity. Sorcerers often grapple with why they have magic and what it means. They often make self-discovery a big part of their journeys. So a lot of the times when I've seen a sorcerer get played, you have like the dragon sorcerer who have like draconic bloodlines inside them, and that shows up sometimes in scales all over their body of various colors, and the ability to literally breathe fire or acid or cold or whatever dragon breath is associated with the color of the dragon that fucked some sort of ancestor, right? But a lot of sorcerers don't know much about their ancestry, and that bothers them. It's like, yes, I'm the child of God, but what does that mean? What does that do for me, right? Sorcerers are X-Men. Sure, I'll take that. Early level sorcerer is all about coming to terms with controlling that innate magic. I agree. Look, you may be hot, but please stop setting us on fire. Don't tell her what to do. Don't tell Bebe what to do. Stop standing in the way. Exactly. Tell him. Go off. Drag him. Drag him. Listen, tanks adjust. Adjust, tanks. That's all I have to fucking say. That's not her fault. You're so right. I was being too kind. Exactly. Why should you play a sorcerer? Well, first of all, in Bebe's words, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to be me, is what she's saying. If you love spellcasting with style and spontaneity, sorcerers wield fewer spells than wizards can, but they can bend them with things called meta magic to add cool effects. So sorcerers, because their magic doesn't come from study, they get to be more creative, because you're talking about creatures that are like half fairy and half dragon or half god or something. I don't know, something crazy, right? They get their magic from their blood. So because they don't need to worry about the study aspect, they're kind of like the artists of the magical world. They go, okay, well, I can use fire. I'm going to use this to burn someone for longer. So if you have a fireball spell, maybe it can do more damage because of that. Or maybe you can just use fireball without uttering the spell, like the words of the spell. Or maybe you can double cast fireball, so you can cast it twice. That's what we call meta magic. Sorcerers get these points that they can use, kind of like how the monks have the key points where they can do 20 attacks per round. Sorcerers can use their meta magic points. I think it's only once per turn. Pretty sure it's once per turn, but they use these points to do special cool shit with the cool shit that they can already do. Everybody wants to be them, everybody wants to look like them, and everybody wants to be around them, right? Sorcerer is the only person who can chuck a fireball in the middle of your party and choose not to hit their allies. Well, I mean, no, evocation wizards can do it too, but I see what you mean. But what's funny about that is evocation wizards can do it, but remember, wizards are based off of study. Imagine just deciding to do that. Like, you don't need to read about it. You're just like, it doesn't hit any of you this time. Do you know what I mean? Like my hero, Lena Inverse. That's right, baby girl. Baby Gwork. If you want to feel like a magical prodigy, someone who doesn't need a spell book, you just kind of will things to happen, fueled by sheer force of self, it's a good character to try. If you like your characters with mysterious or dramatic origins, maybe your magic comes from a draconic ancestor or a planar rift. Ooh, that's interesting. Or even like a freak magical storm. It's kind of a cool little flavor, little packet mixer to add to your little guy, to your character. If you enjoy the concept of high risk, high reward gameplay, sorcerers can be glass cannons, explosive but powerful, but fragile if cornered. If you like flexibility in combat, meta magic lets you tweak your spells to suit the situation. You can cast in complete silence. You can extend the range of your spells. You can twin your spells, just like we talked about earlier. Or you can quicken your spell. That's an important one. So you can like make spell casting faster. So wizards and sorcerers have a mutual hatred of one another, because sorcerers is asking them like, why can't you be better? And the wizards are like, you shouldn't exist. I worked really hard for this, you know? Me and Gale. Yeah, 100%. My first ever character was a divine soul sorcerer. Choosing spells for her was hell. I just went with, what did she wish she had yesterday? Yeah, Gale was so much fun if you play a sorcerer. I'm sure. How to serve Warlock. A Dungeons & Dragons Warlock is a spellcaster who gains magical power through a pact with a mysterious and powerful entity, be it a demon lord, a fey queen, ancient god, or cosmic horror. This relationship defines the Warlock's personality and journey. Common traits include. Before we get into the common traits, this is the class that I designated Ruru as. I chose Nana to be a cleric, and I chose Ruru to be a warlock. Warlocks are great because, much like the cleric, they gain their power from a incredibly powerful or mysterious ancient entity. It could be a god, could be a demon lord, right? But the difference between a cleric and a warlock is a cleric is sealed by the pact, by this contract with their master, as opposed to a cleric willingly giving their devotion to somebody in exchange for power. Warlocks are curious and ambitious. They're driven to know and to gain, whether it's gaining secrets, power, or even forbidden truths that nobody knows. A lot of people who play warlocks are seeking something, which is really fun to play with. If you're feeling haunted or burdened by something, maybe it's guilt or the psychological weight of your pact, not being sure if you're in control of yourself or if you're just a pawn. Spoiler alert, you're a pawn. But the same is true of clerics, don't tell them. If you like being clever and manipulative, warlocks often reflect their patrons. They can be cunning, persuasive, and skilled at turning words into weapons. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad guy. Just like someone was saying earlier, you can be what's called divine soul sorcerer, and your or divine soul sorcerer, a warlock who has like a patron angel or whatever, right? My brain is melting. Can you tell? And you can be more beneficial, and your pact with that angel is still leaves you with the questions of, what am I? What are we? And they're still giving you some of their power in exchange for whatever service you're providing them. But it doesn't have to be an evil thing. So even though this is kind of, oh, you're clever and manipulative, that's not always so, right? Nana magic gear weapon is hammer. Yes. I did draw a picture of Nana and Ruru as adventurers. It's still in the works. I did not give Nana a hammer. I gave her a mace, but I think that you guys are gonna like it. Meet my patrons. So like, what are we? Are we just friends? Or are we dating? That's pretty much it, right? Rebellious or transgressive. They might have chosen the pact as a shortcut to power, defying institutions like wizard schools or temples. Or maybe it just was an option for them. A lot of warlocks maybe made a pact because they live on a plane of existence that temples don't exist or wizard schools don't exist. And the way that you get power is by making a promise with somebody. And that's all they know. They're often mysterious and enigmatic, though. So whether they're feared or revered, warlocks often leave others wondering who or what they really serve. And the answer to that is Kant, ladies and gentlemen. They serve Kant. Never forget that. If you love flavor-rich, narrative-driven characters, your relationship with your patron is central and full of intrigue, temptation, or danger, you should absolutely roll a warlock. If you like focused, high-impact magic, so warlocks don't get a lot of spells that they can cast in combat, but they always hurt. They always hurt, and they always cast. Their cantrips. Their specialized one called Eldritch Blast, you'll hear that a lot from warlock users, is the best offensive cantrip on the market, and it's exclusive to the warlock. If you like customization, through Eldritch invocations, pact boons, and patron choices, warlocks can be sneaky, blast happy, utility focused, or martial. You have a lot of options. Just like other classes, there is no wrong way to roll a warlock, and I'm interested to see what you guys will roll up. If you like morally complex characters, whether your patron is benevolent, sinister, or something in between, you're always walking a fine line. If you want to mix arcane power with personal struggles, for example, every warlock has a story behind their power and the consequences waiting to surface. There's always kind of a dark edge to warlocks, I find, and I have yet to find somebody who plays a warlock completely free of any sort of dark intrigue. It's almost like rules as written, that it's required that there's some sort of weird relationship between your patron and you, almost like one of you is holding the whip and one of you is under its blows. But there's an exception to every rule. Oh shit, no, spoilers, no. No, spoilers no. I didn't come up with a picture for the artificer, and I ruined it. Hold on, I'm gonna fix that right now. I'm so bad. I'm so sorry about today. I wish I could have spent more time on this. I'm so sorry. I really did my best with the time I had. I didn't know didn't know what I was doing today, chat, and I'm really sorry. But I'm gonna fix it for you right now, chat. You're doing great. Yeah, okay. This is the worst. I'm ashamed of this stream. I'm ashamed. I hope I got, at minimum, at least, all the info that I needed to out there. I hope that I made everybody feel a little bit better about trying Dungeons and Dragons at minimum. That's the goal here. It doesn't matter at the end of the day how stupid I feel. Because I love Dungeons and Dragons and I want to share that joy with you regardless. All right, let's talk about how to serve Artificer. How do you serve it, chat? An Artificer is basically an inventor. They're a master of invention and arcane engineering. They blend magic with mechanical devices and gadgets, magical tools. Yeah, oftentimes people who are artificers are inventive and creative. They're driven by curiosity and a desire to build, craft, and improve things. They love solving problems, and they're really good at finding creative solutions to those problems. They're great at thinking outside the box. They're very detail-oriented and methodical, whether designing intricate mechanical devices or carefully crafting magical items. Artificers are precise and meticulous. They're curious and tinkering. They often have an insatiable desire to learn how things work or how they can be improved. Pragmatic and resourceful. Artificers aren't just creators, they're survivors. They use their inventiveness to adapt to whatever situation arises, always having the right tool for the job. Passionate and enthusiastic. Whether they're excited about their latest invention or fiercely protective of their creations, artificers have strong emotional connections to all of their works. Think about the gnomes in World of Warcraft, how their lore is very much tied to their inventiveness and their tinkering and their engineering. There's a class for that. So if you like World of Warcraft and you're not sure how stuff like that translates to Dungeons and Dragons, look no further. Artificer is also the youngest of all of the official Dungeons and Dragons classes. It was introduced in 5th edition. And it is a fan favorite for sure. It has a wide range of things. You can be like Full Metal Alchemist. Can be anyone from Full Metal Alchemist to being like Ratchet and Clank. You know what I'm saying? There's a huge range of things that you can do and be as an artificer, and it's really fun. And yeah, a lot of people like it. Why should you play an artificer? Their creations with spells offer endless creative possibilities. They craft magical items. They can build mechanical devices. And they get to enjoy a mixture of spell casting and mech stuff. So I would argue potentially that Ebel, our friend Ebel, Kitten of Ebel, is probably not a warlock. More likely, he's either a sorcerer or an artificer. Because, at least I think, Ebel, it loves like mechs and stuff. And that being the case, I feel like he would thrive in a situation that he can be inventive and creative with his spells and his little devices, his little trinkets, for his trinkets. Artificers can heal, deal damage, and offer support in a huge variety of ways with specialties in things like explosives, alchemy, armor, etc. If you want to play an inventor, just straight up. If you want to be a brilliant engineer, potion master, or even somebody who makes armor, you could be versatile and imaginative problem solver, right? Deep customization, just like with all the other classes, subclasses make you special. You can do alchemist, an artillerist, which is like guns, battlesmith, which is creating like big things of armor or mechs, stuff like that. Artificers let you specialize in different aspects of magical invention, whether crafting bombs, creating magical constructs, or enhancing weapons. So pretty poggies, chat. Now there's only one left. We left somebody out. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about our last class. Okay? the bard. That's right. That's right. Congratulations. This is the best class in history. Oh my god. I really misspelled congratulations. Congratulations. So you guys tell me if I match this aesthetic or not. I feel that I do. And I don't answer to you, chat. However, I will read this to you. Bards are considered charming and charismatic. They are naturally persuasive, often the life of the party with their social grace and eloquent speech. They thrive on making connections with people and winning people over. They're often creative and expressive, whether through song, poetry, or storytelling, potentially performance. Bards use their creativity to influence others and shape the world. They might be musicians, poets, actors, or dancers, whatever best suits their artistic flair. Congregation sweatheart. Exactly. They are resourceful and adaptable. So bards are masters of many talents. They like using their vast knowledge and skill set to adapt to different situations. They can be healers. They can do crowd control. Yeah, of course. It's serving cunt. Are you kidding? How to serve cunt. It's right here, baby. How to serve cunt. And you didn't think I was gonna put this, but come on now. Come on now, baby. Come on now, baby. Anyway, we're resourceful and adaptable. We can cast spells. We can even wield a sword or a lute. Lute's very important. Very important. We are flamboyant and witty. Bards often have a playful or cheeky side, using humor, sarcasm, or dramatic flair to navigate challenges. We often view the world as a stage, with themselves as the star. Very true. You guys are witnessing that in full effect. I am absolutely a slime idol. I will not be taking any questions. Thank you. Empathetic and inspiring. Many bards are deeply in tune with emotions, capable of motivating and comforting allies or manipulating enemies with their presence. 100%. 100%. So let's talk about the word manipulation. A lot of people are very sensitive to the word manipulation. Manipulation can be good or it can be bad. Manipulation in the bad sense, I think we're all familiar with that one, right? Forcing somebody to think something or believe something that isn't true. And possibly like everything having to do with manipulation is all about like spreading rumors about people, like making them believe something that isn't true and stuff like that. Sure, that's true. But sometimes manipulation can be a good thing, right? Sometimes you're trying to manipulate someone bad to do something good, right? But yeah, we're very empathetic and inspiring at the same time. I thrive when I feel like I've inspired somebody to feel better, to laugh, or to be better. So I feel like that's really accurate to how I feel about myself. You should play a bard if you have gone to bard college and you know what the fuck you're talking about, like me. No, I'm just kidding. If you're new to the game and you're curious how to serve cunt, allow me to help you. If you want to be versatile inside and outside of combat, bards are very flexible. We're capable of healing, buffing, debuffing, crowd control, dealing damage, serving cunt, making skill checks, singing songs, basically anything and everything you want to do, I can do better. So just keep that in mind, baby girl. If you love role-playing and influencing the world through your words, bards excel at social interactions, from charming NPCs to leading and inspiring allies. They can talk their way out of basically every situation. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. If you like enjoying a mix of spellcasting and skills, you have a wide variety of things to choose from, which is pretty sick nasty. Like I said, rogues and bards do that handshake. You know what I'm saying? If you want to shape the story with your performance, whether you're weaving tales, rallying the party with a stirring song, or casting spells through music, bards can influence the narrative in meaningful ways. Yes, 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 yes. Bards have flair and personality. We're larger than life characters, and we are the best. And end of discussion. Except for glamour bards. Except for y'all glamour bards. Y'all belong in the sewer. I'ma pop open my trash can lid and said, hop in, mama. Your ride's here. Glamour bards, get in! Esme doesn't like those talentless hacks. It's true. Listen, glamour bards, come here. Come here. Come here, glamour bards. Bring it in. The only reason people like playing as you is because they're not charming enough to come up with a way to use their natural persuasion to get through scenarios. Okay? So every time that you use your fucking psycho enchantment abilities, I just want you to think about me and think about how I can sleep with anyone I want. I can talk to whoever I want, and I can get whatever I want because I'm that good. You, my friend, you cheated, and that's why you belong in the trash. Okay? Hop in, mama, your ride's here. Pop that lid for ya. You know what I'm saying? Get out of here. Get out of here, lore bards. I mean, no, I'm a lore bard. Glamour bards. Frog off, glamour bards. Don't ever speak to me or my son again. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Again, not really sure about this photo. I didn't have time. I really did not have time to fix any of that. And I apologize. Do you know what I'm saying? I apologize. So that's it. That's it. That's Dungeons and Dragons. I hope you learned a lot. I might do this again. And we might get into some shit that is a little bit deeper than the way that I hit it. I'm not proud of the way things went today, but I feel like despite the odds, I did a good job. And you know what, chat? End of the day, this is my birthday week. My birthday is this week. Are you really gonna judge me? My birthday week? Are you? No way. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm so embarrassed. Thank you so much. Speech. I just want to thank me. I just want to thank me for being the best, for doing the most. As you can see, Digital Dryad is giving us the paladin treatment. Very judgmental, very stuck in her ways. You know, it's like I said. Anyway, so what do you guys think? Did you guys find a class that you feel closest to based on what we talked about? Are you inspired to make your own characters? I hope so. I know that this wasn't the best that I could have done. I know I could have done better. But next time I'll be more prepared and it'll be a lot more me. I just wanted to talk about something that is really easy for me to get into and something that I'm really passionate about. This is really fun to listen to. I'm so glad you feel that way, Dooley. Thank you for being here. And thank you for everybody who has so far taken part in the Envirothon. Piranha, I saw that you got a little bag. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate you getting involved. We have 101 bags now, I believe, which is fucking huge. You know, I talked about at the beginning of this how when I wanted to make a community, I wanted to make the Harpers, but in real life. And I wanted to make it my own guild and my own spin. And I never thought that I would be the real life equivalent of the leader of the Harpers, but I am so proud to be. I'm so proud to be. I hope that you're proud of yourselves as well, because you did it. You did all of this work. you contributed. You are making this. You're making the world a better frogging place, you guys. And I'm so happy to be in it with you. Thank you for your patience with me today. I was really overwhelmed when I started stream today. Like I said, the unpreparedness plus all the tasks I had to do today. I was so out of it. But I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned something today. I hope you feel closer to me as well, because Dungeons and Dragons is something that, as you can tell, I happen to be very passionate about. We're making the world a better place. You're damn right! I know that's right! I had fun listening in. Thank you, Fun Fun! Thank you for being here! Thank you, my loves. It's been a fun stream. I learned some new stuff for D&D myself from the stream, so you did great. Oh, I'm glad. I'm really glad. It's tough. It's tough. You never know. You never know how people are going to feel when you do these kind of yap sessions, but I'm glad you guys are cool like that. And it seemed like everybody was really excited to talk about it, which is poggies out of control. It means I raised y'all right, for real. Now, we have a couple options here. Seal is playing Sonic Unleashed, whatever that is. Swamos is playing Mega Man. We have Starfire playing Tiny Glade. She's our D&D friend. Who else we got? That's pretty much it. So, you know. Oh yeah? Tiny Glade? Yeah, let's go to our D&D pal. Let's go to Starfire Espo. If you haven't already, please consider following... Oh wait, is she wrapping up? Don't wrap up, bitch.
I have not been having a good day the last few days, so I haven't done anything with any other streaming stuff other than stream.
She's stressing.
See you later, Firestar. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping in.
Oh, I think she's wrapping up. I think she's wrapping up. What about Swamos? How long has he been streaming? 42 minutes. We're in a good spot. What about Seal? Ads. Okay, Swamos it is. We love our Swamos. He's famous. So I am ordering you as your magpie mother. I'm ordering you as your magpie mother to descend upon him like a great mass and peck him and cack at him with all of your frog and might for real. I mean that shit. I fucking mean that shit. Use this raid message here. Copy it. Oh, you can't because... you can't! Because I turned my bot off because I didn't want to be interrupted again. One moment, please. Anyway, I still wish for you to descend. 1 second. My bot's almost back. Give me 1 second, chat. Almost! There we go, baby. Mama! Okay, give her a shit. Try it now. Try exclamation point rage. I love you. Copy that message. Send it on over to Mr. Swamos, and I will see you folks tomorrow. It's going to be a stream for me and Kato for Green Hell. You guys better frog and be there for real. I love you. I mean it. And I will fucking see you, nerds, tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Me, not the... You tried to kill me. Oh. Hello, Esme. Hi. Oh my god, it's Esme, guys. That might have been a level 4. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Swabos. I'm a Mudkip who primarily plays retro games, and every Monday is Mega Mudkip Monday. Oh, let me give Esme a shout out. Esme Silverthorn. There we go. Everyone go follow Esme. I cannot recommend them enough. They're adorable. Hello, Veronica.